Bitches ain't shit and they ain't saying nothing.
Hey, you know how you tell yourself, I'm gonna take a 1 hour nap. Bitches and niggas, niggas and bitches. You could have been anywhere in the world, but you're here with me. Eloquently petty, articulate assholery, and my name is Marcus. This is the Keep It 100 channel. Alright, y'all know what this is. Alright, I want to give my niggas enough time to readjust to the new time. Alright, we're supposed to do this shit hours ago. Hours ago. Okay? Gotta hit niggas up. So, yeah, man. Spoke to Tito, said, hey, Tito, man, I'm gonna take a 1 hour nap so I don't fall asleep during this live. Hold on. Hit up my man, Dr. Thunder. Let him know we popping. Shout out to my niggas. Tice, look for the link in your inbox. We about to do this. Okay? Hopefully now, Hood Conservative can join us, because Hood hit me up. He said he might not be able to make it. I hope that's changed now. Now the stream is later. Alright, we got Tice in the building. That's one. Alright. Let me hit up Doc Thunder. Yeah, I saw him here earlier, but he said he wasn't able to jump on. But let's see if he can jump on now. Rev, what's going on, man? Alright, I see Mike in the building. You see who else is in the building, man. Alright, hey, Rodimus, I see you, bro. I see you. Break the Cycle, Pookie and Ray Show, Aaron P. What's going on, bro? Alright. Yeah, man. Got me some good ass sleep. Some good ass sleep, yo. So, what's going on, people? This is, and I've been planning this shit for a long time, man. Just understand, it's hard to get everybody on the same page at the same time. This is Politics as Usual, part 2. All right. So, grab a Snickers. Grab a Snickers. Y'all know these panel shits go long. What's going on, Untitled? Untitled said, we ain't invite MOT. Now, I'm going to send you the link. To your inbox right now. Right? So, yeah, man. Hopefully, we can still get Tie City. You know what I'm saying? Break the Cycle said he cooked the whole meal. Hey, look, maybe this is better for everybody. I had motherfuckers telling me they couldn't make it. A couple people, man. But hopefully, this time is better for everyone. So let me send Tice the link. Right? Hoping that my man Ty City can show up. All right. Let me hit you with the link, Tice. Hold on 1 second. We are still in here, man. All right, still going down. I woke up, man, and I seen that time. I was like, oh, shit. Oh, shit, man. Oh, shit. Late for my own shit. Hold on 1 second, man. You know what? I'm going to have to put it. This shit is acting up. I'm going to have to put it in the. Hold on. Let me see. I might have to put it in the chat. Just understand that if you're not Sir Tice, don't hit that link. I'm not letting you up. Right? If I put the link in the motherfucking chat, don't hit the link. I'm not going to bring you up if you're not who I said come up. Hey, yo, outspoken introvert, what's good, bro? All right. But yeah, man, we going to talk about a few things tonight, man. Tice, hit that link, man. But shout out to Hood. He said he was about to hit the link. Later, man. Just stick around. But if I do bring up anybody that's not part of the panel, it'll be for a short time period. All right, so I guess we not getting Adrian Hicks anymore. Oh, God damn it. Shout out to Adrian Hicks. Let's see who we can still salvage for this shit. All right, what's going on? The one, what's going on? All right, let me bring Tice up. What's going on, Playboy?
What's good? Happy New Year, all that. Salute to the chat.
Yeah. I got a third window open. That's why, like, you're down. You see where you are?
Right.
I got a third. Let me hit remove on this. Okay, here we go. Now we're good. Yeah, Hicks not gonna be able to come, man. At least he's saying he's gonna try to catch it. But what's going on, bro?
Yeah, I know. I was here early, man. I had a family in town. I was gonna go and meet up with, Then it's some kind of real estate convention here that he was here for. But he went. My point is if you need to reschedule this, even next week, I'll be up for it. But I'll give you some time, because
Right.
Because I got one hot thing on my mind I want to say to your audience and yourself, and it's kind of circulating in the blackosphere, in the black social media, and the X sphere, and all that. So I definitely got to chime in on this particular topic I wanted to bring up.
So I mean, I got Tito waiting in the wings. You know what I'm saying? He's he's coming. He's not here yet, but he's coming. I spoke to him. But I want you to kick your opening shit.
Yeah, I will wait for Tito for this, but here if I'm redundant, he's heard this before, and again, salute to your chat. I was on Deacon Salty Balls and I can't even think of my man's name because hell, you weren't the only one sleeping. Who does Deke do his show with on Sundays? My man, one of the big donors in the manosphere. I can't even think of his name right now.
Salty? Is it Salty?
Oh, you got Salty, and then you got man, I feel bad. I can't remember his name right now or whatever.
Anubis?
No. They do the shit. It'll come to me just randomly, but they do a show on Sunday.
Oh, Machismo.
Machismo, yeah.
Right.
Machismo TV, damn.
Right.
Yeah, man. So I was on a panel with Tito, Machismo, and all these guys, and this is right before the election. It was right when one of those left-wing shows had said something ridiculous, and Tito had said, this is going to be the downfall of the mainstream media because it's to the point now, and this is not saying that the right wing is always honest, because I don't listen to Fox either, but I will say Fox is much better than many of these mainstream things, but I don't listen to it either. We got enough things on YouTube, but we look at what happened. I'm saying that to say this. We look at what happened with Joy Reid, right?
I'm about to bring that up.
Let's talk Marcus real quick. So imagine, here, I was going to say this. the number one reason she got let go, is because she wasn't drawing ratings.
Right.
When you don't listen, it's like this. I know you're not a big ball fan, but for your audience, you
Right.
know enough to know this. Sometimes you need an edge rusher. Sometimes you need a guy that can set a pick. Sometimes you need just a shooter.
Right.
Joy Reid is put in place just like Jasmine Crockett is in Congress because they want to satisfy that black woman demographic.
Right. Right.
We represented. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
We got a voice up front there. Even though the people who installed these people know that these MFs are full of it. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to try to keep the cursing down.
Yeah, come on, man. You know
But
where you at.
right. Well, I'm just saying, it is after 9 o'clock or Eastern, I guess. But what I'm getting at is that you can say all that, everybody will deal with the Antonio Brown when he's catching over 100 receptions a year and not being a problem. But when you're not putting up production and you being the distraction, yeah, they're going to find you expendable. And when Joy Reid is averaging, bruh, this is what I was saying about what Tito said about the mainstream media. When Joy Reid is averaging on a national air TV show 59,000 viewers, I mean, come on. And then her competitors are averaging 500,000, 1 million. Come on, man.
Right.
And then this is why they really hate DEI. I'm going to stick on Joy Reid, but this is why they really hate DEI because DEI only gave or is only responsible for 4% of so-called black jobs, right? All right. But this is why they hate DEI because they know that when the playing field is level, they claim to like equality and shit, right? They know that when the playing field is level, they can't match up to it. So let's see what Joy Reid, before we get to this crime spell, let's see what she does. Let's see what she does when she got to compete with you, when she got to compete with all these others in the podcast circuit. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Let me add one more thing before you cue that.
Right.
Think about this. Don Lemon, Tiffany Cross, Jim Acosta, all of these know nothing, do nothing hacks. They've been gone a year. Well, Jim Acosta been gone a month. They said we're going to go to do our own podcast. You don't even know where the hell Don Lemon is, do you? You don't even know where the hell Tiffany Cross is. You know what I'm saying? And my point is that whereas I hate to make it like a white and black, but look at what Megyn Kelly is doing. She's damn near bigger than when she was on Fox. You know what I'm saying? So it's like, and there's others in this podcasting world who's killing it, but she's just propped up. And here, go ahead and play it. I know they're tired of hearing my voice anyway.
Now you good? So let's check some of this out, man, because I didn't hear the whole blubbering speech, right? Okay. This is I guess motherfuckers gonna look at this as like, winter is here, right? Because bitches are like really crashing out, like over this new administration, like really, like it's there's a lot of guillotines coming down on a motherfucker, man. But here we go. Let's I'm gonna play this stop and go because I don't want no issues, man. Fair use, niggas, fair use.
Long time to see Revelator.
That what I was doing had value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV.
Joy Reid breaking down in tears over the cancellation of her MSNBC.
So, Dr. Thunder, shout out to him. He covered this earlier, and he had a clip playing when this chick pretty much went in on Joy Reid, basically saying, you on your podcast, you talking crazy about everybody, but nobody could talk crazy about y'all. The energy in America is like shifting real fast. Now, I'm going to be honest, right? Because we going to talk about all this stuff. I'm going to be honest. I don't like everything that's going on, right?
Neither do I, but go ahead.
Right. But, I mean, that's par for the course with any administration. You're not going to like everything that's happening, right?
Right.
And we're going to discuss a lot of those things.
Let me say something that'll break that'll kill some time real quick. You ever heard of something called the Overton window?
Sounds familiar.
Okay, it's basically a concept of like, okay, the Overton window, let's use 90s hip hop, for example. the Overton window for then for backpack, what we say would be 93 to 96 before the shiny suit era, right? I'm loosely saying things, that's it. So that's the Overton window there. So we just came out of this Overton window of, I don't want DE. Okay, here's what Joy Reid is an activist, right? She's not a journalist. She's an activist.
Oh, okay.
In the late 2010s, 2018, 2019, early 20. Can you believe we're in 2025 right now, halfway through this decade? Damn. But real talk, that 2016 to 2022, man, that was the time of the Me Too, the activist time, the hear me roar. We can do, we can do it ourselves. We don't need you, men, and all that. You know what I'm saying? So, in other words, what these people don't realize is that there's gonna, like you were talking about administrations. I'm talking about culture and society in general. Right now, the rug is being pulled. The trap door has been, open for a lot of these broads who've been put into these positions, and dudes, who just been plugged into these positions. We don't care about your pronouns anymore. Whereas 4 years ago, we would damn have to watch our mouth saying that here. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
So we're past this Overton window. Okay, and this is what I advised this back then. I'm gonna land the plane here. Mm-hmm. I advised that back then. Hey, salute to Break the Cycle. He had made a great comment earlier, but I advised this back then. I said, stop blaming racism for every single thing. Of course, I get called all kind of coons online, of course, not in my face, just because I say, stop crying wolf with this racism bullshit, because now, I don't want to hear it unless it's some real, legitimate racist, and I'll call that out in a minute. But this hack is getting paid $3 million a year. So she's built up at least $10 million, I'd say, or at least we could say gross it. Hey, look at this as an opportunity while you're crying on camera. Set up your damn podcast studio. Right. You got the connections, you got the money, and if you really got an audience, they will follow you there. But here's the reality. Here's the reality. She appeals to older Gen Xers and my mother. And my mother's 78.
Oh, wow.
Okay? And, my mother barely knows how to turn on the internet or whatever. I mean, she knows how to use the phone, but you get what I'm saying, man.
Let me. I'm gonna play a little bit more of this clip. Hold on.
The show, The Reid Out.
As you can imagine, I have been through every emotion over the past several days, from, anger, rage, disappointment, hurt, feeling that, guilt, that I let my team lose their job.
The TV correspondent emotional over her firing during an appearance on the Win with Black Women podcast.
I'm sorry.
Her shit is called Win with Black Women.
I don't know what you her show is named The Reid Out, but yeah, her
podcast.
Yeah, no.
Oh, was she a guest on somebody else's shit?
She was a guest on someone else's, yeah.
Okay,
he said it breaks like the Reid Out got turned into the walk. I like that little spin on words and shit. Here's my thing. Number one, you may agree or disagree with me on this.
Mm-hmm.
I ain't feeling sorry for no multi-millionaires getting the rug pulled from out of them. That's number one. Okay? That's just number one. That's me. I don't care about their expenses and all this, because I know too many regular people who I've seen get cut day of, no severance, key card don't work. So she can cry me the river Nile.
Right, pretty much.
That's number one. But all this crash out is just about what I can just consider fake outrage. There's so much stuff going on, Marcus. By the end of this week, this story will be dead, just like that Kendrick Lamar performance,
Oh, man. Don't get motherfuckers started on that, man. Every time I mention, shout out to my man, O. I think he's still in here. Every time I mention this shit, man, Kendrick, let me tell you, Me Too is over. That shit is a wrap. Like, it's just certain things that we know at this point is over. Like, you're gone too far. Like, anybody ever seen Shotters? You're gone too far. They done gone too far. Shout out to Salty. So, hey, bro, I've been trying to reach you All right, said Reid got Red the fuck out and joined the boot gang.
Hey, Deke, I just name dropped you earlier too, man. My bad, I couldn't even think of Machismo's name. But I just woke up. Well, salute to you, Deke.
All right, so speaking of, so since he's in the building, man, I just need to roll this for him.
Machismo TV, the ultimate destination for modern men seeking to upgrade their lifestyle. Subscribe to Machismo TV and Saul T-Balls. We stream daily from 12 midnight to 8 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, the best male-centric content. Highlight reels without reviewing or providing any editorial bias to the content. We have done so much, with so little for so long, we are now qualified to do anything, with nothing.
All right, if y'all up late, man, y'all need to catch Machismo TV, man, because they do their late night thing. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, y'all need to catch that. So yeah, shout out to
gotta give a shout out to the Detroit homie Nick Taylor.
Right, yeah, my man Nick Taylor's in the building. Marcus, peace, but peace, yeah, Marcus. Been hearing that shit all my life. Anyway, so shout out to you, bro. You know, thanks for the super chat. And Salty, thanks for the super chat, man. But we in here. Let me play a little bit more of this clip because I want to get through it. I want to hear more of her cries.
That
Y'all hear that voice crack?
what I was doing had value. And in the end, I'm sorry, I try not to cry on TV.
Joy's last episode aired Monday evening.
When you are in the midst of a crisis, and specifically a crisis of democracy, how do you resist?
It's a move that struck a chord with people on both sides of the aisle.
I'm not sorry. I am not sorry that I stood up for those things.
Democrats voicing their outrage, while many Republicans are celebrating her exit, including President Donald Trump, who bashed Joy on Truth Social.
Damn.
You know, this is how, listen, I am not here. Sir Tice, does not support everything Donald Trump does. You have to sometimes say this to brothers or whatever, because they take everything you say, oh, you just on this one side. But you see how they frame this story. Granted, it's Entertainment Tonight. They make it like one side is the bad guys, while
right.
The other side is the good guys. Dude, this broad was arguing for books. It's a book called All Boys Aren't Blue. You know, like you get blue to boys and pink to girls.
Right.
And it was in schools down here in South Florida, and many parents was like, what the hell is this book doing on the bookshelf? Now, we're not talking about banning the book, although I think you got to be a sick fuck to write this kind of shit, and you already know what's in it. But we're talking about it being in a public school library.
Right.
And she was literally cutting off the mother who said, wait a minute, why don't you read that passage? And it was a passage about basically two boys, you know, about to do whatever and shit, you know, in very graphic detail. This is not something you want a 11 to 12 or 13-year-old want to hear. I don't want to hear it as an 18-year-old above, but you see what I'm saying? This chick is and then with the things that she said about black men, man, the hell with this bro.
Right. I spoke to a couple of my friends. Shout out to my man Rodimus. We have a friend in common. Shout out to my man Rodimus, man. Spoke to my boy earlier this morning. You know, I said, you know, I know that y'all, like, you know, he's my guy. He watches a lot of red pill shit lately. But what I realize about niggas is that it's all good if it's wrapped in blue, right? Like we can vote for crooked police if it's wrapped in blue. We support Big Pharma as long as it's wrapped in blue, right? All of this shit, like everything that we usually are against is cool as long as it's wrapped in blue. And when I say wrapped in blue, all you have to do is stamp a motherfucker Democrat. That's how easy it is to get on the side of black people, right? Salty again says, let them blame NBC and cannibalize each other. Cancel culture is over, but I've been busy on the bi-coastal tip from Cali to Florida. Busy as fuck. Nah, no doubt, bro. I appreciate you, bro, being up in here.
You're making a great point. What he's referring to is that MSNBC is getting broke off from NBC. So they ain't going to have that arm, they're going to be on themselves. So they made an economic decision like, you way too divisive. And your ratings have
Right.
something worse. Continue.
Right. So, I mean, bro, listen, it's a lot going on. I would say probably some of the best shit to come out of this, man. I'm gonna tell you, man. Watching certain things happen, it's just crazy. Like all of this shit that these hoes talk to us about, and all it takes is for the same motherfuckers you prop up against us to pull a rug from up under your ass. I don't understand how you can get on these people's platform and talk that much cash shit and think that at some point, right, shit ain't gonna happen. Dr. Thunder's in the building. He says corporate media is on the way out. Doc, I don't know if you're in front of a microphone, wherever you are, but I do want to drag you in here at some point, right?
Salute to Dr. Thunder. Let me add, it was something I was going to say about just the current. Oh, you're going to be surprised by my comment here, but when I go out, Marcus, because I have a real life, right? Unlike these broads who live behind their Instagram and their filters and all that stuff and their dumb, goofy social media posts about what they don't take, but you look at their boy or their baby daddy and it's completely opposite of everything they won't say that they want in a man, right, or whatever. But my point is that when I'm out on the streets, whether I'm, it doesn't matter when I'm talking to people, this stuff doesn't come up. It's, we don't talk about this kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? And I'm making a point in that it's like a lot of people have been literally conditioned into just being phony or fake or faux outrage online because they want a virtue signal for their friends. Y'all canceled another black woman. No. You canceled her because you weren't watching her ass.
Wait a minute. Wait. Who the fuck is y'all? Who the fuck is y'all? Yo. Oh, it did Jermaine. Hey, we're Bishop J. Jermaine now. This nigga's fault again? Niggas canceled her? Nigga BC. MS nigga BC?
Yeah.
Is that what the N in NBC stand for, nigga?
And what man do you know that watches that network? I got a topic I want to bring up too on that. Continue.
I'm just okay. So oh man, you got to show me this shit. I don't know where you seen this shit, but so we gonna blame niggas for this one too.
It's probably one of these goofy Facebook groups that I see where they just it's mediocre to average to below average women in there talking shit and whatever. And it's like, you're blaming us for this again? Like, come on. But I don't want to veer off. We're on the same thing. But I wanted to do this with the panel, but I'm going to ask it again and people can think about it. Like it or not, name me anything masculine associated with the blue, aka the left. I didn't say the Democrat Party. I'm looking at this through actual pathology. Okay?
Right. Liberals.
Masculine that exists. Chuck Schumer, Hakeem Jeffries, please. You know what? Hold it. You're gonna laugh at this one. You know what's the most masculine thing on the left? Big Mike, aka Michelle Obama.
I knew you was gonna say that, man. I can't fuck with y'all, man. Shout out to Adrian Hicks, man. He said, "What's up, Marcus? Me, motherfucker. I'm up now." Yeah. So let me go to Rev. What's going on, Rev? Appreciate the super chat. He said the second Trump announced the country was going back the way of two genders, as it should, was the beginning of the end of all that far left insanity, a harbinger, if you will. See, I would say a good amount of us grew up liberal Democrat. Like a good amount of black men grew up liberal Democrat. But these motherfuckers done jumped the shark, man. They done literally jumped the shark. It's like that moment where you like, yo, y'all niggas done took it too far, man.
It goes back to what I was kind of saying, and that, look, men, okay, there's a reason why guys can enjoy, things that guys do at a higher level because we respect the skill that it takes, to be a videographer, to get in the MMA octagon, boxing ring, stay in shape. We recognize the work whether we're there or not, right? So men are going to generally be attracted to masculine things. When you tell us, oh, you need to emote more, oh, you need to have more compassion to people who broke the law and getting here or whatever, and it's okay they got more resources than your black ass who was here and born here, you should have compassion. We're like, no. We use logic.
Somebody hit me with a thumbs down. I don't know if y'all saw that. This shit. I wonder if y'all can see, like, when thumbs down pop up on the screen, like somebody hit me with a thumbs down.
I've been seeing a lot of thumbs down, so they must hate my points. Yeah, but no, what I'm saying is that, man, now people will say, well, your boy Trump ain't masculine or whatever and all this, and I'm like, well, I don't know. You get a guy who gets a gun grazed in the ear, and he ain't trying to get rushed out the place, and he yells, fight, fight, fight. I say differently, but in general, when you see more guys, you see more masculine men on the right side of the aisle. Is all I'm saying.
Right.
I'm not saying brothers are going to jump over to the right, but they're going to be like, wait a minute, does this make more common sense? I'm not calling you your damn pronoun or any of this kind of goofy nonsense.
Listen, look, I mean, I don't think. Hey Maggie, what's going on? I mean, how many people, like, when you actually talk to somebody, like, in the street, do you address them as a pronoun? If you're addressing someone directly, like, the only time you really use a pronoun is if you're addressing somebody to someone else, like you addressing them in the third person. The pronoun is third person shit, right?
Right.
Right. So look, you want whatever you want to name yourself, we'll call you. All right, whatever. But I mean, to enforce these things, and I think one of the places that the left really fucked up is when they tried to push this shit to kids. We got Tito in the building, man. What's going on, bro?
Hey, what up, man? Had to go get that sandwich, man. I'm back.
Hey,
this ain't New York, man. Shit is far apart here, man.
Yeah. Hey,
so I'm a let me play a little bit more of this Joy Reid, man, because I'm we getting this jumped off, man. I'm trying to get all of my panel niggas time to jump up in here. We got Dr. Thunder in the chat. I don't know if he can jump on. We got Adrian Hicks in the chat. I don't know if he can jump on. But let's play a little bit more of this shit, and then I wanna hear from you.
Does this make more common sense? I'm not calling you your damn pronoun for any of this.
Oh, I'm playing the wrong motherfucking video. I'm like, that sounds like Tice on MSNBC.
I'm not sorry. I'm just proud of my show. I'm proud of my little team, the little team that could. I am so proud of what we did and so grateful that God.
Yo, is it me or does she look like Tanya TKO? Is it me?
Hey, she looked like old boy that what's his name? Applewhite that ran that Heaven's Gate coat painted brown.
Oh, here we go.
Hey,
yo, Tito.
I can't hear you, Marcus, or we can't hear you. Marcus.
Your sound dropped out, dog.
God gave me nearly 5 years to do it, and in total, nearly 10 years to do television my way, on my terms.
Hey, Marcus, hip hop. Marcus, we can't hear you. Marcus, test.
Let me type it to him. Let me text it to him and tell him. He looking like Groucho Marx in this motherfucker.
I know. Hey, I wanted to. Hey, what up, Tito?
What up, dog?
Yeah, nothing much. I know you got a roll. Marcus, we can't hear you. Say something. Yeah. It's we don't hear. Here, let me type it in the comments here. We don't.
Hey, why? Do he know? I think he knows.
He said he knows. Hey, man, I wanted him to. I can't take credit for this joke or what have you, but I don't know if you're familiar with Vince Edward Ellison, but he did a video on Joy Reid, and he says apparently Joy Reid is married. He said, "Damn, That guy must get combat pay to look at that every day.
Hell yeah.
I was like, oh damn. Anyway, man, I'll pass the mic to you, Tito. I was giving you a compliment in that on Machismo and Deacon Salty Balls show, how back in November you predicted the downfall of the mass media with their dumb takes. And look at what's happening. We got Jim Acosta gone, Joy Reid, Alex Wagner, MSNBC. NBC has separated from NBC. So there you go.
Yeah. The rate,
well, I mean, doesn't that
have been cratering for years now? It was inevitable.
Doesn't that happen on every time that that an administration changes over?
Not necessarily.
We saw Roland Martin get shit canned after Obama, or in the waning days of Obama.
I see where you're getting. By the way, you have a lot of reverb. Can you like turn the volume just a tad bit down? It's like it's bouncing back.
Okay, how's that?
How y'all can hear me now?
We hear you. Yeah, we hear you now. It's a little bit better. No, bro, what I was saying was that it's not just these personalities. We're talking about how there's a complete exodus out of the mainstream media. All of their ratings have declined, with exception to a few networks.
Hey,
you know, and and you have literally a shift where the public on both sides of the aisle do not trust them. That's what I'm getting at.
So, yo, we got Ty. We got Ty City in the building. All right. We got Ty City in the building, yo. Yo, okay. What up, man? Yo, okay. This is we about to rock. We about to cook, y'all. Let me get off. 1 second, man. Revelator says she does look like Tanya TKO, but much worse. Yeah, Tanya TKO definitely looks better than Joy Reid. Okay. All right. Shout out to Rev. Thanks for that. And Will, thanks for the super sticker, bro. So Ty City's in the building. Hopefully we can get Doc Thunder on here. At least I got some semblance of my panel in this motherfucker, man. I was supposed to have a few dudes send me some shit, but we gonna still rock out. So we covered the Joy Reid thing. So all right, so now I want to start getting opening statements, man. Opening statements, man, because most of us are here. I don't know if Hood is gonna surprise us, conservative, but I want to start getting opening statements. We got you, Tice. I wanna go to Tito.
Yeah.
I want you to give me your opening statement. Ty, I see you. Hold it down for a second. I'm gonna start rotating. So go ahead, Tito.
You wipe this ranch off my mouth. Okay. First of all, the opening statement is, people, please don't let yourself be gaslit by the mainstream media and ran amok and ran astray with this false paradigm of a right and a left. We don't have a true right in this country. We definitely have a left, but we don't have a true right. We may have a center in this country, but we don't have a right. The countries that actually have a right are countries like Bhutan and Japan, because they actually have people who are pro-monarchist. So for someone to be truly right-wing, it has to be advocating for a monarchy or for a military junta. And we don't have anybody in these United States that's advocating for that type of political system of rulership. We have a center and we have a left, but we don't actually have a super duper extreme left, because we have very few people here that's trying to be anarchists. That's the first thing in my opening statement. The second thing is, people got to stop being, if you do call yourself a conservative, well, be an actual conservative and not a conservative bot. You got a lot of people out here that's conservative bots. They just sit here and repeat, things that they hear on TV or things that they hear from whatever media that they like to digest, when they really don't understand what's behind the real conservative position. They don't understand the Constitution. For instance, like when people talk against, how do you call yourself a conservative but then speak out against reparations? When reparations, if any reparations were to be given, they will be given for Jim Crow and not slavery. Now, Section 3 of the 14th Amendment does say their reparations for slaves lost or reparations for being in slavery are automatically invalid and unconstitutional. But that doesn't say anything about reparations for Jim Crow. And actually, reparations for Jim Crow have already been given to the residents of Forsyth County, Georgia. They got reparations from the U.S. Department of Agriculture in 1989. Go look it up. That's my opening statement.
All right, so I'm gonna go to I'm gonna save you for last, Ty. I want to go to Adrian Hicks. Adrian, kind of give me your opening statement and your opinion on, I guess, the current climate of what's going on, or whatever it is that you want to say.
Yeah, I'll keep it brief. I would say for everyone to just kind of slow down. Steve Bannon has already said what the what the game plan is going to be, and they're following it, which is to kind of blitzkrieg you with, topic after topic, and you aren't even done dealing with one topic before they've done some other fuck shit someplace else, and they're going to keep you in this state of confusion and running around chasing your tail, while the real agenda is going on behind the headlines.
So before I ask you a question, shout out to Break the Cycle. He said Joy Reid looks like dark-skinned Casper, the Casper the ghost, Casper the friendly ghost. Damn, bro. Tell us how you really feel. When you say the real agenda going on behind the scenes, what do you mean by that? Thank you for that super chat, bro.
Well, I mean, I truly think that there's things that they're throwing up against the wall just to see what sticks, and just to keep people hollering and screaming about what the current headline is, whatever new sensational thing that we should that they want us to concern ourselves with, like making Canada the 51st state. Okay, good luck.
Really?
While while the real agenda is getting tax cuts extended that come due at the end of this year from his 2017 tax cuts. So that's what I mean.
Ty motherfucking City. It's been, this is your first time here since Let's Talk SBE.
No, I've been back since then.
Oh, you know what? You're right. I think the last time we spoke was, I was trying to, and I ain't trying to start nothing yet, but I was trying to link you and Tice together on that one stream, right? So I wanna get your opening statements in reference to what's going on, man. Talk to me.
All right, before we get started, man, I ain't know bitch ass Tito was gonna be on the panel.
Oh shit!
I ain't know your dick sucking ass is gonna be on here either, you fat ass bitch. Talking about.
My shit off real quick.
Nut off your mouth for you address me.
Look, let me get my shit off real quick.
Man. I'm loving it. But go ahead, man.
My speakers smell like nut, nigga.
Look.
Yo, don't you ever approach my roast throne like that, you fucking peasant? Fuck out of here.
Yeah. I
will have your dick pressing my motherfucking slap.
All right. It's my turn to talk, man. My turn to talk, man.
The onion smell on her jaw wasn't no gear.
Look out.
Bro, let him do his statement, bro. Yo, I love it, bro. Okay. Go ahead, yo, Ty. Go ahead, bro.
I agree with a lot of what Tito actually said. Actually, that's what I've been on too, is the left-right paradigm. You gotta break that shit. A lot of people, I don't know why, especially black men, you gotta be on some extremists on either side. You know what I'm saying? You gotta either be on like some fruitcake shit all the way on the left, or you gotta be standing with the Ku Klux Klan on the right. You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
It's always got to be some bullshit, and they don't allow like black men to be center. You know what I'm saying?
Okay, so yeah, I guess Tito has addressed his mic. Yeah, so Super Sly's in the building. Super Sly, what's going on, man? So look,
help me, Super Sly. You got $80,000. You gay ass nigga. Help me. You right.
So Super Sly, and I gotta read this because it's a super chat, motherfucker. Like Hold on. Am I crashed? Hold on. Let me make sure I ain't crashed. Okay, I'm still here. All right. Super Sly says to help Tito. We ain't gonna do the Drake type of shit tonight, but Super Sly says to help Tito reverse his PDF convictions, right?
Yeah, help me.
Yeah, you could respond to that,
And
bro.
don't show your bitch my picture either, skinny ass nigga.
Super Sly, man, what's going on? Super Sly in the building. Hey, yeah, man. So I don't know if you go ahead, continue, man. Continue. Thanks for the super chat, Sly.
With the far right and the far left shit, right? Is that on both sides they just put niggas at like the kids table of the conversation. You know, just following some of the issues that get brought up, especially on the right, it's almost like you just a cosigner. Like you don't have no issues of your own at the table. You know what I'm saying? Like Officer Tatum did a whole live stream without even knowing what H-1B was. It wasn't even an issue that he was interested in. He came out to be like, man, I got to do some research because that's his role on the right. You know what I'm saying? A lot of them niggas, that's their role on the right is to whatever issues they get handed, that's what they deal with.
So let me ask. Okay, so let me go through the panel. I want to hear what each one of you classify yourself as. I'm gonna start with Tice, even though I already know the answer to the question, right? Tice, where are you? What side of the line on or the political spectrum are you?
I think it's obvious, but I don't get caught up in all this right left per se as far as what Tito and what Ty was saying, particularly Ty when he was like, I mean, look, Officer Tatum's a character. We know that or whatever, right? You know, that's kind of like kindergarten stuff.
What about Anthony Brian Logan?
Huh?
Is Anthony Brian Logan a character?
You're acting like I'm like waving the flag.
No, I'm asking. I just asked a question.
What do you? Okay. How about Ty? I could say the very same thing with you being the character, being the antagonist.
I know I'm a character.
Okay, so then if that's the case, then let me answer his question. So obviously, I don't lean on the left side of the aisle. I don't consider myself a Republican per se, but I'm definitely, for the sake of the conversation, will classify on the right. I believe in 2A. I believe in civil liberties. Simply put.
So wait, hold on. So okay, what was the question you asked? I think it was who asked the question? Ty, right? Ty, what was that question? Repeat that question.
Well, we started talking about people being characters,
online performers, basically.
Okay, all right. All right.
Here, let me just answer this because I saw it came up in our opening statements. It's funny how we want to say this is this and this is that. We dealing with a media that has filled minds with so much damn propaganda that many people don't even know what is. Then when you combine that with many brothers hardly don't read shit,
right?
And they rely on these damn performers on each side. That's where it's like, come on, can we get into this? I mean, you got brothers on the right, and I'll criticize the right. You got brothers on the right who don't even know anything about Thomas Sowell, and that's easy. You know what I'm saying? Mm-hmm. So we have to define, like, okay, what's real news? What isn't news? This is one site I go to. I think it's called NewsGuard or something like that. It's not one of these fact-checking sites, but it'll tell you, like, this site leans right, this site leans left. And you'll have an exact story, and you can clearly see, like, damn, they're just reporting this. Like it'll be something like, what just happened recently? Kash Patel, Trump supporter Kash Patel named head of the FBI. On the right side, Trump ally is named. And it's like this stuff is framed so ridiculous. And this is why I'll agree. I think it was the brother Adrian saying it. I think that's his name. And if I'm wrong, my bad. That this is what keeps us confused. But my thing with brothers is we need to be more informed. And I don't mean just sticking on YouTube. I mean going to unconventional sources and then you figuring those things out. So that's kind of where I'm at there.
All right. My man Blacklight says, shout out to Rob, man. I wish he could be here. He said, Thomas Sowell is the economist who never talks about economy.
Actually, he has 3 books that actually go very in depth in the economy, but I get what you're saying. He has a damn near 3-hour feature with Milton Friedman before he died. Come on, man.
So let me move on to Tito. Tito, what's your position, man?
I would define myself as a conservative, leaning, independent, and a constitutional fundamentalist, right? And I do agree with what Tass City said earlier about either you got to be on both extremes. He's right. Either you have to be on this boule buffer class Negro extreme on the left that's willing to carry water for any agenda but a black agenda,
Right.
that's willing to argue on behalf of illegal aliens coming here, and then the regular black folks, can't get a job. Or you have to be these cop worshiping race panderers on the alleged right.
Right. Right.
And it's a crazy thing to behold. And a lot of times I'll talk to people from other countries, and they say that they like will watch the political theater as a form of entertainment more so than they even watch our sport. And that's crazy.
Right. Right.
You know what I'm saying? But yeah, but to answer Ty City's question about Anthony Brian Logan, he do a little bit of that cop worshiping too, man. The police in this country have a serious training problem. Not only a training problem with their procedures, but they also have they need to make sure that people have an appropriate level of maturity and actual awareness of constitutional law and physical fitness before they become police officers. They really need to start doing that. That's a real drastic problem in this country.
So I'm gonna say this real quick and just address something you said. You said training problem, right? And then I'm gonna move on to Ty. This is how I feel about as far as the police is concerned. I think that when people say that they like these issues that we see with the cops is based on training, I think that's kind of letting them off easy. I'm ex law enforcement. I know police culture. I've been surrounded by these motherfuckers. I've been one of them for a short period of time. I was a CEO, right? And it's not, you can't train bias or prejudice out of motherfucker at a job. It's a job, right? These people come into this job with their prejudices and whatever have you, whatever they learned growing up, they come into the job with that. You know what I'm saying? So, we get, when we in the academy, we get all this, sensitivity training and, race and, they how to deal with people with mental issues and shit like that. They get all that training. It's like anything else where you just mark whatever you need to mark on the test to pass and get the job. That's how that shit go, right? So I'm not saying that none of it is training, right? But what I'm saying is when you see how like police interact with the public, a lot of that is shit they came in with, and then a lot of it is just law enforcement culture. Period. Right. So I'm gonna move on to Ty.
Yeah. Pass me the ball. Let me go on these funky ass police, man. Yeah. High rates of domestic violence. Very much out of shape. Ain't past they fucking physicals. Protected by police unions. Just the most bitch makes juiced up on fucking steroids.
High suicide rates.
Right. And again, they gaslight. This is what they do on the right. They gaslight you with the police brutality, but the police harassment is just extremely rampant. They bother mostly law-abiding citizens. They do all kind of hoe-ass tactics like hide behind buildings, be at the bottom of hills so they can catch people speeding with radars, knowing that the rate of speed of the vehicle going to be above. You know what I'm saying? Like all kind of hoe-ass shit.
Right.
They all in they fucking police cars looking at police screens and tablets and all kind of fucking radios and shit, not paying attention. Wrecking, killing more people in high pursuit chases and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of the police work is not after criminality.
No.
And that's where I think, like, when they start talking about police reform and shit, that's where I think they need to start. You know what I'm saying? Like, most of that shit is fucking traffic shit. Bother people. That's their fucking job, to bother people.
So let me read this comment real quick. There have been significant economic anomalies in 2025, and Saul has yet to give opinions on them. I guess with him, if it doesn't revolve around race, it doesn't matter, which is how he says we should.
Hold on, let me address this since I brought up Thomas Sowell. Nigga, Thomas Sowell is 95 years old. What the fuck?
By the way, that's Rob, Black Light Revelations Rob. He's supposed to be on the panel with us, but he couldn't make it tonight.
He's been doing that for 40 plus years. He's in his sunset. This is what I mean. I'm going to use you, Black Light Revelations, as my thing. You will make a short reference to something, and niggas will hang on just that one little last rope of the ladder and shit. I just made a point saying Thomas Sowell is basic, that most of these people who claim to be conservatives should know. And now you trying to make it a mountain out of a molehill.
Hey, I can answer Black Light's question though. He asked, "What has either political party done to deal with the disparities of black businesses on NASDAQ and NYSE?" Well, I can tell you one thing: the Democrats sure in the hell did burn down and bomb a whole bunch of black businesses to keep their ass off the NYSE.
Okay, another irrelevant comment.
He asked.
Oh, no, not that. Another irrelevant comment or whatever. You know, you got a guy who's actually in retirement, unlike the goddamn president who's actually ran in this. Come on, man. You ain't here for a serious conversation. And that's the thing. That's one reason why I want to come on this panel. Because, like I said, I guess you must have been triggered when I said niggas don't read, huh?
Oh, okay. So wait. All right, Sir Tice. So what do you think about Thomas Sowell saying that degenerate?
Hold on. Let's not make Adrian didn't go.
I'm about to say that. So, Adrian, thank you. Hey, real quick, hold that thought, Ty. Adrian, your position.
I want to touch on the conversation about police real quick.
Right.
First of all, we had a ruling back in 2005 that police are no longer, this from the Supreme Court, that police are no longer obligated to protect people from harm.
Yep.
They're to protect property and wealth.
Really?
Yes. And now if and then also to add to that, if part of your training program involves IDF tactics, training with the IDF, then what do you expect that you're going to get? Training from an apartheid state? and you're in the lowest caste in America? Well, it's probably not going to work out too well for you. Now, as far as my political leanings, I've been a registered independent since 2004.
Okay. So, all right. I'm gonna let you continue. I mean, Todd, do you remember what you were saying?
Yeah, I wanted to ask Sir Tice about Thomas Sowell. Do you agree with him saying that black degenerate culture came from white degenerate culture?
His reference in that you're talking about black rednecks and white something. I agree with his source of what he was citing in that specific instance in the late, and I believe it was in the late 1700s in New Orleans. I mean, it's been so long since I read that, but I believe his reference was how these white degenerates came from, I forget what part of England, but they did a lot of, and he had cited how they spoke and used some articles as references and how they spoke. Also, then, so he cited some good sources. Then, do I think the entirety of it? No.
You don't think that was the entirety of?
Hold on a second. He was saying that. Okay, what's your point?
I'm just asking.
Okay,
do you agree with that?
I think it's some aspects. It's very true. Black people, if this isn't our native tongue, even if we were here before, then how do many people have the same habits that's a shared characteristics of others in a completely different foreign land that are negative? Unless it's learned behavior. That's what all culture is, right? Learned behavior that we repeat.
I only asked it because this is when people get into the whole self-accountability stuff and they start talking about everything with Thomas Sowell and the family dynamics, and they skip over they skip over the fact that it says that all this black degeneracy came from white people.
Okay, but I'll say this. I don't want to derail on this. What's wrong with self-accountability, though? I mean, he's an admitted former Marxist. sound like which is the number one thing, sadly, that many of us have been trained to believe. Okay.
Yep.
And he was able to change that himself. But what's wrong with accountability? I mean,
nothing's wrong with accountability.
Okay.
See this.
What's wrong with Marxism? It isn't like capitalism's working out for us too well. I mean,
real quick. Pause a second. Pause 1 second, because
that's why you've never.
I don't. Todd,
you never saw real capitalism.
Let me walk this down with this accountability piece real quick.
Wait, hold that thought for a second, Todd. Just so I'm clear, because I don't know if you did say it. What is your political position? I don't know if I heard it.
Well, I'm more for private property. I'm more for Second Amendment. I'm more for just traditional. So I don't even call myself conservative because conservatives wilding like a motherfucker.
Right. So how would you describe yourself if you had to, make something up?
I would be closer to a libertarian, but the libertarians, they don't understand that people don't leave other people alone.
All right, let me get this super chat and then I'm gonna let you rock. Hopefully you ain't forget what you was about to say. Damn, I'm trying to get this. Okay, here we go. Light bringer, darkness dreamer. You changed your name, bro. Said Super Slide taught black men to tie up women and fig them in the back. What? Figure them in the back door with a shaved ginger root as a means to coerce women into doing. What the fuck is going on here tonight, man? Yo, is this gonna be one of them streams, man?
Yeah, you finna get paid. Yeah, you finna get paid.
Nah, well, that's one thing, but this is gonna be one of the niggas gonna be taking shots tonight. This is gonna be one of the drama. Yo, thanks for the super chat, man.
And Tito, you know this. I'm about to say, Leon double A. Marxism has everything to do with the ideology that many people, unfortunately, today hold. Yeah. All this public property, government should be doing this. And your beloved Black Panthers learned all this shit basically from the Frankfurt School. Angela Davis was taught this basically because the Russians figured out, we can leverage that group of people to basically destroy their culture, and we'll destroy them from the inside. I'm giving you some real inside.
They figured that out back in the 20s. They even started establishing common terms here in the United States that was secretly funded by them. And they took advantage of the fact that we have a First Amendment here, that we have a 14th Amendment here. They took advantage of that shit in order to infiltrate the country. And the most successful infiltration has been among Black people. Most Black people are socialized as Marxists.
Yo, I want to get back to Ty City because he was going to say something. I want to get it before he forgets. Ty,
I think you were saying something about here. I personally think, Ty, and this ain't no jab.
I answered your question. You asked me what I classify myself.
No, but before that, you was going to say something. Before that, you were going to say something. I had stopped you to answer that question, but you were going to say something else.
No.
I'm in Marxism land right now, bro.
Yeah, but
I got you. Damn.
I'll say this and I'll stand on it. The reason most people don't want to claim something is because they don't want to be perceived as this. So if they say they're conservative, you one of them so-called coons, or you this, and these motherfuckers are usually the epitome of coons. Now, or you a leftist, or you're a right of center, but you believe in letting people do whatever they want to do with their body. I don't know what you call that, but I'll just say it's the left. They hate these labels. Where I'm like, what? Damn it, I'll wear these labels. I'll be the one.
I'm not wearing those labels. I will isolate myself from goofy
That's
shit.
Fine. Everybody claims to be independent when it's convenient, but we all understand.
When shit hit the fan, you're going to be independent.
Yeah, I agree.
So Nigga says Ty was going to respond to the accountability part. Hey, look, check this out.
That's what it was. Shout out to nigga. That's what I'm talking about, man.
Right. So look, I just want to say this real quick. Yo, dudes in the chat, I appreciate the assistance because I don't want to have another Let's Talk SBE moment where we get off into a tangent. So Ty, go.
Okay. So just what I was trying to get at right there with the accountability is that everybody else gets to resolve accountability with other people. You know what I'm saying? Whenever you bring up like, hey, what do you think about this? What Thomas Sowell saying that black degeneracy came from white degeneracy. No. What's wrong with you being accountable? You know what I'm saying? Like everybody else get to go ahead.
So everybody, no, fair enough. I'm not doing this as a jab again to you.
No,
So
I'm saying because
everybody else, because I hear this. No, you hear this. Everybody in the audience hear this. Oh, we don't get the fuck up like they do.
See?
Why is Justin Tucker not getting the attention that Deshaun Watson got?
See?
Because Justin Tucker's a kicker.
But see? Not my example is the white people crying about the Jews.
Well, I want to stay away from that for the sake of this channel.
Oh, okay.
Thank you. But look, I got to say this real quick, and I think Hood Conservative is on his way. So now I have my whole fucking panel, right? Except for Rob, man. Too bad Blacklight couldn't make it tonight. I can't say in good faith that all degeneracy came from white. I do understand the perspective, though, that a lot of the degeneracy came from white people, or, it was created like, from a condition. But to say that all degeneracy comes from another group of people is kind of like dehumanizing, because at the end of the day, every group is gonna have their degenerates, no matter what the situation is. I mean, is that fair to say?
Now, for the record, I don't believe that. I only brought that up for the sake of Thomas Sowell being brought up.
But
right.
I only brought up Thomas Sowell, and like I said, we're hanging on this. Move on. I only brought him up because we were talking about so-called actor conservatives versus people who actually dig into things and read. And I was saying they don't even know Thomas Sowell. It's like talking about the NBA and not talking about Jordan. I'm not saying Thomas Sowell's Jordan. I'm just saying he's a very popular figure in these circles, and at a base level, someone should, who claims to be conservative should know about them, and many of those guys don't, including Brandon Tatum. He may know quotes, but he doesn't. That's all I was saying.
Hey, Conservative, I dropped the link, so jump up when you're ready. Oh, there he is. So, okay, now everybody is here. All right, so I'm gonna get Hood's opening statement. And then I'm going to start throwing topics at y'all, man, and let y'all sound off on them. Hood Conservative, man. What's going on, bro?
Yeah, what's good, man? Welcome. Thank you for welcoming me to the show. Shout out to everybody else on the panel. I didn't think this was happening. I swear to God, I was getting ready to lay down and go to sleep for the night. I got to go to work in the morning. But I just happened to look at my phone. I'm like, oh, snap. I was going to try to tag in on this, but anyway, that being said, though, I think we're in a great position as far as black male conservatives and whatnot, and it's like a small thing, so I'm not trying to oversell the position, but I think it really is like a solid position in that there is a national trend, there's a vibe shift. And a lot of the black male conservatives have been on the leading side of that, the right side of that. And going forward, it's hard to make predictions and all that. I'm not going to be that bold right now. But I think we have a lot of momentum because a lot of our arguments have been proven right. For example, one of the things I've been saying for years is that this gender war stuff is not going to be solved romantically. This is not a romantic issue. This isn't about who loves who more or who can love who better or who's sleeping with whom. Any of those type of conversations that get brought up on your typical what do you call it? Your co-ed panels, that's the rage right now, all these co-ed panels, and that's what gets talked about. And I just fundamentally believe it's a political thing, and politics is always about power. And what happened with Trump recently with the Doge thing and cutting off all these hidden monies and hidden programs, you see the knock-on effect is that a lot of women, black women especially, are hurting right now because all their free money has gotten cut off. Apparently, black women were the swamp. They were swimming in the swamp. They were knee deep in it. And that raises another issue we can talk about later. Black America can't continue to claim oppression and all this racial grievance when you are hand in hand with the global machine. I'll end right there.
So before anybody else jump in, I need, and again, it might be obvious, but I need your political affiliation, your political position on the spectrum, whatever you want to call that.
I always joke about this on my own show. I think
know.
I'm probably the furthest right that anybody on the panel is. I am probably fascist right at this point. I don't like to even call myself a
Proud Boy, right?
Perhaps I'm not a club joiner, but I don't hate them either.
All right, so and this is why I kind of needed somebody that was like,
the church owns that now.
You say what now?
He can't be a Proud Boy because the church owns that now. Remember?
Oh wow. So all right, so
have a real right.
So okay, so let me start here, man.
Before you start.
Go ahead.
Quick for Hood Circle. All this stuff they finding with those, bro. These fraud. You think they cut black people in on all that fucking money?
It's always.
I'm not saying black people didn't benefit, but I'm talking about this.
Yes, black people benefited.
I know. I'm not saying that. I'm talking about. You think black people got away with billions and billions of dollars?
Well, Stacey Abrams alone pulled in a $4 billion contract.
Man, hell nah.
No,
bro, listen. I say this all the time, bro. I talk a lot of shit, but I rarely lie to y'all, bro. I rarely lie to y'all.
Hey, Hood, let me speak on this.
Somebody be getting perp walked already if it was black people involved, bro.
He ain't talking about boule people, Hood Server. We talking about rank and file black people, not the boule.
We talking about the contractors.
I'm trying to make a point though, because when you say black people, I accept that the vast majority of black folk are not getting access to that kind of wealth, right? Oh, okay. A lot are though, and that does have a trickle down effect because a lot of money spent on a small amount of people will have a maximized effect.
So trickle down fraud?
Yes.
Yeah, why not?
Yes, we saw it with Acorn type.
And again, but this is what I'm saying. No. Okay, so why would you you started with the people at the bottom of the fraud?
Hold on a second. Hold on a second.
Nobody said they started at the bottom. I'm just saying black women are getting caught up.
Here's what it was. It's very simple, Todd. Okay, they're running queries against the database. They come across this program called Power Freedom or whatever, one of these bullshit charities or whatever that was issued a grant under the Inflation Reduction Act. By the way, I bring the receipts. So you can please research this. Please fact check me. Okay. And they found that the head of this fraud organization that literally had $100 in the account was none other than Stacey Abrams. Now, obviously, I don't think she's giving that money to all the community and all this, but this is how the boule, and yes, I believe she's boule. This is how the boule works. It's like, oh, I'm going to get some of this. I'm going to, skim from the top and the bottom. And
I understand. I understand that.
Okay, got you. But what Musk is doing, and by the way, let me be clear about this. I am not all in support of all Elon Musk, but I do find it interesting that motherfuckers want to say this shit and have nothing to say about George Soros the last 10, 15 fucking years.
People been griping about George Soros. Come on, dog. George Soros been funding protesters on the left and protest movements.
Protests? Just protests?
No, I'm just saying whole movements. I'm talking about whole.
Point in time, we kind of saying the same thing. Then, if I'm getting emotional, it's not you. It's just passion in my voice. What I'm saying is that it's hypocritical how they say him, and I'm like, y'all been getting caked up by George Soros for years, but you got a problem with him just going through these itemized programs, just showcasing this. Now, is he selective as fuck in what he's trying to point out? Absolutely.
Yes.
Okay. So let me be clear on this, and I'll pass the mic after I say this. I'm not one of these guys, just like before you joined, I said Joy Reid had a purpose. Joy Reid's purpose, they know she's a fucking idiot.
but she satisfies that, oh, we got a sister here. Yeah, she telling that white boy. Yeah, you tell him. They love keeping people like her, and they got them on the right. You know, they got
Right.
Megyn Kelly for your ass. You know this. So she serves a purpose. It's just like I said, like a team's gonna have a dude who's just there for a screen setter. He can't, he can't shoot, he can't post up, but he's just there to set screens. That's what Joy is, and that's the same thing. You know, I'm just getting at that. I'm not so into these parties that I believe everything that they say on the TV. I understand there's a backroom deals, all that other stuff. So I just wanted to point that out publicly.
Okay, so the whole Doge thing. Okay, so let's talk about Elon Musk and what was the ultimatum he gave where he wants to be emailed and all of this shit from the Fed workers or your ass is out of here. Tito, I want to start with Tito.
Okay, first of all, with people out here protesting Elon Musk, got to remember this one thing. Oh, nobody elected him. Nobody had to elect him. The only two people in the executive branch that have to be elected are the president of the United States and the vice president of the United States. And after that, he can appoint or fire damn near who he pleases. That's the first thing. Now, with the email, he asked them to list 3 accomplishments that they had this week, and he said that failure to do so would be taken as a
job abandonment
resignation. And the reason that he did that is because a lot of people don't realize the scope of how many of these federal workers are working from home. A lot of people don't realize how many people that the Biden administration added. A lot of people don't realize that this is the very nature of the Democratic Party itself. We've had a steadily creeping, steadily rising administrative class overgrowth since the Roosevelt administration. Look at how many layers of government got added in the Roosevelt administration and continues to be added to this very day. The Biden administration, I think, added like some on the order of 160, 170,000 federal workers. Right? So,
hey, Tito, you would care to address this comment about Flacco Rich, more jobs? What's the problem? You know, more useless jobs. In other words, let's just
yeah. More jobs. What's the problem? The problem with that is this is not the Soviet Union. The government is not in the business of keeping people loyal to the government and the government exclusively by handing them out jobs. That's not the mechanism of the government here. That's what the problem with it is. The problem with it is that we have to go outside in Chicago and ruin our suspension on potholes. You have little children going to school in Baltimore wearing winter coats inside of the classroom to supply to in order to pay all of these government workers. That's what the problem is. So like when you when you look at the NFA, when you look at the National Firearms Act, right? The National Firearms Act was exclusively, it wasn't aimed at stopping crime. It wasn't aimed at regulating prohibition era guns, because prohibition had ended 8 months before the NFA was even voted in. The NFA was introduced to create an additional class of police officers, investigators, more prosecutors, more judges, more county clerks to add to the government payroll, because they took the job of self-protection from American people and handed it out to this expanded administrative class. That's what the problem is.
All right, so look, real quick, I want Adrian to jump in real quick because he's been quiet for some time. I'll speak on that as far as Elon's approach to the Fed workers, and also some of the dismantling of some of these government agencies. I want to kind of go in that direction next. I want to hear what some of you guys feel about him, getting rid of some of these agencies, and then I'll, after you guys go, I'll give my position on it. But
I can think of 10 useless federal agencies right now, but keep going. Go ahead.
Wait, Adrian.
I just think it's astonishing that we, and I'm saying global we here. I don't pretend to know what each one of you on the panel thinks, but in the sense of a global we, that we're hero worshiping a billionaire who single-handedly gets more subsidies than anybody.
Which did he get a subsidy from PayPal?
Hold on, let me get my thought off here.
Let him rock. Let him rock.
Kind of lost my train of thought there. I apologize.
You said basically,
one of the things that he did when he first came in is
Obama administration.
Okay, we'll get there. We'll get there. Anyway,
the subsidies.
Yeah. Go ahead. Let him finish. Let him finish.
Paid on electric cars. I'm against it too. I think it's a bill of attainder against people who own gas cars. I think it's a 14th Amendment issue.
Yeah. Yes. Elon came up.
I'm talking about the 19 billion that this dude has received since somewhere around 2015.
But Adrian,
no, that's a fact. Elon came up. No, he was talking about he was getting money since 2015 off the government.
Yeah.
But what I'm saying is, and let it not go under the bridge that these was leftist, global warming, Green Party.
I don't care whose side it was on.
Hold on, listen. What I'm saying is,
well, I was supposed to be speaking here though.
Oh, go ahead.
Adrian, you know how we rock, but
I get it. But I'm quiet because I'm respectful to those we're talking.
Fair enough. But Adrian, you did say we worshiping and all this. Each one.
I said global we, and I also said I don't pretend to know what you believe, sir.
No, but you said we were worshiping them, and each of us was critical about it.
My God,
he's not speaking of you in particular, and he did start by saying he doesn't know what you guys' position is, et cetera, et cetera. He did begin with that. I want Adrian to finish what he was saying there.
Let me just cut to the chase. All of this theater over these entities that are being hacked and slashed and the people who are being let go, et cetera, in my opinion, is for two reasons. And Elon's laid it out before he was even appointed the position, which is to end regulations. He said that the default position on regulation should be that there are none. Okay, that's number one. And so that's why, in my opinion, the first thing that he did was he went in and he got rid of people who were investigating his companies. That's what happened to the first 5 inspector generals. Okay, number two, like I said at the beginning of this whole thing, Trump put in tax cuts in 2017. Those tax cuts come up at the end of this year. I believe that they are trying to prepay for those tax cuts, which would add somewhere in the order of about $5 trillion to the deficit. And they're going to do that on the back of the programs that the rest of us, I'm not saying you guys, but I'm saying the programs that the rest of us in America are utilizing.
So let me read this super chat real quick. Federal workers are not trained. Federal workers are trained not to not respond to emails and requests for information to uncleared personnel. What he did was an overreach in the COC. That's from JK. Thank you for the super chat.
Wait a minute.
Okay.
JK, are you forgetting that he has a government contract where he makes rockets for damn NASA? I think he has a security clearance.
So,
right. It's not like they're getting random Nigerian emails, bro. This is probably an internal like DOD server email or something, you know?
Let me run my opinion on the emails. I think it was a data acquisition place for AI. That's what I think it was.
Oh man. So
data
look.
acquisition?
I don't
Yes.
see why
Give me.
anyone. Go ahead, Marcus. My bad.
I want to speak to what Adria said about deregulation, right? Because all right, so a lot of these government agencies, and this is what I said from jump. I feel like, and then I want to jump to Hood Conservative. He hasn't spoken in a minute, and then to Ty City. I think that breaking down and eliminating these agencies is a bit overkill. I think that a lot of these things need reform as opposed to being gotten rid of because they were built for a reason. I think that some regulation is necessary. We know what happens when you deregulate every fucking thing, right? You can't deregulate everything. So, some things I can get, but to remove regulations on everything, like from what I understand, that you know, there's like a Clean Water Act that you know that was gotten rid of. Like, I think you guys, Tyson, you know, and Tito, y'all are in the Midwest. Y'all are closest to like Michigan and shit like that. I mean, we still got dirty water in Michigan, do we not?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm in South
Right.
Florida, but yeah, it's well, they say you can drink it now, but you probably have Flint.
It's an EPA super fun site right over here in East Chicago, Indiana too, where they have high levels of lead in their soil over there.
So understand this. So Webster says OSHA had people fired over the jab. We need deregulation. I feel like some of these things need to be reformed. Like I don't think that we need to get rid of OSHA or get rid of the EPA or, you know, as a whole. I think that's baby with the bathwater approach. I just think that some of this stuff needs to be examined. So
let me just, because he
Ty
said
go first. Okay, Ty, go ahead.
Okay, so because he said that these cuts was to front run the taxes or whatever, but all they can make all the cuts. It's not even 5% of what we spend. It's not even. They won't. If we're talking $5 trillion worth, they're not even at 5% of that. If they just cut everything.
Hood. Conservative.
Yeah, wow. I'm at this point, and I don't. Is it just me? There's like a slight echo. But anyway,
it is a slight echo. I thought it was my headphones.
I don't hear anything.
Yeah,
I'll mute my mic and see. Let's see what happened.
Mic check. Yeah, that's on you, Marcus.
Yeah, it's like it's a reverb because it's good now when you move you.
All right, what about now?
But all right. Yeah, it's definitely.
Go ahead.
Yeah, at this point, as far as Trump and the cuts go, I have two minds of it in the same direction though. One, trust the plan. You know, I'm not really worried about the cuts in the broad sense, in that you guys had all these millions of dollars to solve all your myriad problems all these years, and if you couldn't solve all these problems with all these millions of dollars in all these years, I don't think you need a little bit more. You don't need just a few extra million. You know, you weren't right on the cusp of solving world hunger. Don't give me that bull. And so I think the cuts are actually needed. All right. We need to streamline this machine. We have to slim down the beast. Too many people are getting fat, while the actual people who thought these programs and thought all these initiatives were going to save them, all those people they were starving, while the people who had administrative security, they all got fat. They all got to write grant proposals and go from program to program to program and just stay in the loop. So I have zero faith in just if we throw all the government's money at XYZ social program, that it magically gets fixed. Like, what's been getting fixed after all these years? Like, we've been trying to save the ghetto since before I got in the ghetto, and it's not gonna get saved because y'all keep spending money on these bitches. Like, that's not gonna work. I
talk about saving the community.
Well, I'm just talking about broadly. I'm making that one point, but I'm talking about even broader than that. Like, in terms of having faith in big government solving like local problems and stuff like that. Like, I think you have to be a little bit more a scalpel like with your approach to things. Now that being said, my other mind is when all these people were losing all these jobs during this jab season, when everybody was running around jab crazy, masked up, nobody was doing CBS News exclusives about somebody getting fired. They weren't having all these documentaries about people losing their jobs because of government policies. Now, all of a sudden, every time you turn on your news, there's a news program about people getting hurt because of the government. The government was killing everybody a couple years ago. I don't know as many people that, let me reframe that. I know way more people that survived the jab than I do know that survived the government well. Most people got brutalized by the government, but they survived the whatever you want to call it, because I'm not trying to speak too crazy here, but that magical thing that happened, a lot of people were okay with it. It was just let me go back to work. But the government wouldn't let you go back to work. So who's really the bad guy here?
Oh.
Can I say something, please?
Yeah, you can. Then I'm gonna read a super chat. Go ahead.
To JK, what is his name? JK, and to Maggie. Well, I hope y'all are in good shape, because the only alternative besides these cuts to this steady overgrowth of the administrative class that has taken place since the Roosevelt administration, if we don't stop right here, the only alternative is civil war. Because sooner or later, you're going to have a growing class of people that say, hey, I didn't vote for that shit, versus an already large and entrenched class of people that say, hey, I can wait out this president, or I can do what I can to undercut this president. You have a bunch of people that's running shit in this country that, of course, didn't get elected, that's been there through a whole array of different presidents that run shit how they want to. And a lot of times, that's not how the rank and file citizen wants things ran. And then so because they hand down court orders, they hand down injunctions, they write all of these rules, they come into the Supreme Court and they testify as experts in all of this. The only alternative from here on out, I hate to inform you, is civil war. We are already in an administrative civil war. We're already in an administrative civil war. And Maggie, as far as the genocide, the Palestine thing, I'm an American black person. I don't have anything to do with that. It's unfortunate, but I don't have anything to do with that. The international community did not have a reaction to the 1993 move bombing in Philadelphia. The international community did not have a reaction to the lynching of Emmett Till. The international community did not have a reaction to the burning and flooding of all of those black towns. Palestine, Hamas, whatever Israel, that's their business. They've been doing it to each other for a long time. They must like it. My grandfather said the only thing that might end violence there is a goddamn baseball league. I don't know. But
as far as those cuts go, yeah, listen, I'm willing to accept that the cuts aren't hurting me, so I don't care about them like somebody else might. But the money that was spent wasn't really helping me either. So why should I care about it on that end? Like, if you're a straight, healthy male, black, white, whatever, if you're just a regular guy, the government is your fucking enemy. I swear to God, all they do is take from you.
So Salty Balls, thank you for the super chat. He said conservative is right. Look at what happened to Haiti. So so look.
There's something. When we talk about waste, fraud, and abuse, do you know we left Afghanistan after spending $2.3 trillion? And y'all want to talk about the government killing people? It didn't start with COVID.
No, and don't forget what the gift that we left them, all the equipment.
Yeah, so we're going to talk about wasteful spending. That's across like 3 administrations.
Let me offer something, Marcus. I know you want to go to another topic. I do find it interesting and pretty rich how everybody how dare the government cuts this? How dare everybody know good and damn well the government is the most inefficient business there is. If you don't believe me, take your ass to the DMV tomorrow. Take your ass to the Social Security Administration building, and you be like, nah, fuck that. Even if you try to go to their lame appointment system, you're going to be finding yourself waiting. Now, full disclosure, I used to work for a particular government agency that was brought in to fix something that Obama brought in or what have you, right? It's his biggest accomplishment. You can figure it out there. The bloat and how they built this was like, how did they, you don't build this like this. Any new person who buys a business, whether you like Elon or not, or if you go to a business, you're going to look at how things are running, and then you're going to see, okay, if we're hemorrhaging money, where can we trim the fat at? Or where can we do this? Now, again, I said Elon is doing some very selective things, but we are literally 30 days in, and I'm going to say this. I don't give a damn what it sounds like. Never in my damn life have I ever seen any administration come in, ready, set, go, 30 days in, they're looking at this. they doing so much things. Some good, most good, I think. Some things I question. They're doing things that the media can't keep up with. Damn, we found this. We found this. Oh, we're gonna do this. So who doesn't want a more efficient government? Now,
Let me
go ahead.
Okay, so
in a minute I want to address this comment, but go ahead, Ty.
Okay, so this is my opinion. This is where I'm at with it, bro. It is too late. It's like if the motor start knocking, and people be like, "Elon gonna put some thick oil in the motor."
So let the engine crawl. Let the engine fall apart.
We gotta blow it up, bro. It is what it is. That's why. Listen, all the cutting. I think this is just like a buffer zone before they say, "All right, we just really gotta just really." It is what it is, bro.
May I please answer win, loser, or rugs? Comment, please.
Before we get, we going out of order.
No, because niggas love going to this area.
Okay, so look, let me work through this real quick, and I'll let you get to them. All right, so look, the IRS, and let's keep it. If you want to get to that, let's keep it concise, right? So the IRS reform or cut.
We have to frame this in trillions of dollars. That's another thing too that people don't understand, like the magnitude of this. So if it's like if we make a cut that's only like 2% of the national spending budget, and it's like we're doing something, you see what I'm saying? It's a lot of that going on too.
The IRS, talk about it.
I hate that agency, but
we all do.
We didn't always have that agency.
You can't cut it off the top. You can look at it as like, okay, where are our agents allocated to? Are they allocated to these people making under 50,000 and auditing them? That's BS. So what have you? Or there's different ways you can do it.
No, I think you're looking at it wrong, Tice. No. The argument is, what did we do before we had an IRS?
Right.
Because we didn't always have. Right, yeah, I know it's dangerous, but we didn't always have an income tax per se, and that's
we had a gold standard too. It was a lot of things we used to have, though.
Well, fair enough, but I'm just trying to point out that that's closer to the truth of the argument right there. Is if you're going to actually cut the IRS, which that's not really unheard of because we didn't always have it, then how do you replace it? So the argument was that the government shouldn't be funded by people's tax money just directly from income tax. You can have sales tax and all that other stuff, but as far as like a direct income tax, like you have to work and then basically pay the government for the privilege of working, like that you do away with that and then have tariffs is what the argument was. I think that's the way Trump explained it when he first raised it.
That's how it used to be before.
Right, that's how it was. So now it's just we offset. We
can't be like
one income with another, though, and you could actually do that theoretically. Practically, I'm not the expert, but theoretically, we've been there before.
So, Tito, what did you say just now?
I said before we had an IRS, we had a higher corporate tax rate, and we had tariffs. Even Lincoln said, "Give me a protective tariff, and I can make a country rich." So that's what we had before we had the IRS. That's kind of one of the things that led up to the Civil War because the industrialists in the North, they had to pay corporate tax. I think we had a corporate tax rate of like 21%, and then you had these guys with these giant plantations in the South that they didn't have to pay, even though they were functioning and getting bread like a corporation. They were listed for tax purposes as individual farmers, and we had they kept gradually higher, raising the corporate tax to address the fact that they had to build all of these garrisons in the South because they had to fight the Seminole Wars and the Yamasee Wars to suppress free blacks. And so that's what directly led to the Civil War. They obfuscate that out of the history books. Now, if you ask me, IRS trim or cut the IRS, cut the ATF, even though the ATF is a constitutionally mandated agency, we don't need it anymore. They need to have a constitutional convention to cut it. Department of Education, cut that too. And cut the Office of Refugee Resettlement. You motherfuckers come here talking about you made it with $5 in your pocket. Really do that shit for real instead of gaslighting us and telling us we got to pull ourselves up by our goddamn bootstraps.
I know an Indian dude I grew up with. They went through that. They was renaming the company to keep the benefits going. So I guess it's like a 2 or 3 year thing.
Yep.
Yeah, they'll keep switching the name of it. It'll be the same building, but they just switch the name of it every few years. They keep that shit going.
This is what I'm saying. Most people, if you're just far away from it and you just maybe even you get a little bit of money out of it, most people have no idea how the government actually works, right? And I was joking about this on my show last night. The government, like I was playing a clip of the Project Veritas dude. He gets all these undercover exposés. Every single undercover expose is literally a gay date, and it's a gay dude talking shit to another gay dude trying to look cool so they can have gay sex afterwards. Like the whole government works like this. Apparently, you guys thought it was like really smart people making really great decisions about how to spend your money. No, it's way worse than that, bro.
So go ahead, Tyson. I want to address this comment in a second. Go ahead.
To the same person who made this comment, you said, why are they attacking the chat? Sir, you must not know how this works. You're not being attacked. This is an engagement show. We're not just talking to each other. We interact with the chat. That's what makes this better than TV. Now, it was Win Loser Rug who had asked about, when I made the comment about trimming the fat, he said, what can the black community trim? Well, I was actually referring to government. And then I was going to refer to, we can start off with the Department of Education, what Tito just mentioned, which is a garbage organization that came in for Carter. Let me add this. You said to keep it concise, but I want to give this history. The reason that the Department of Education came in 1979 had nothing to do with, oh, we need an oversight agency. It had to do how they were allocating the funds to states, and it was basically going to be a lookout agency. Okay, Michigan gets this amount of money, Florida gets this amount of money, but it grew and festered. And this is how we create those unnecessary jobs. But what the black community could also do, I personally don't think it takes $20,000 in New York to raise a student. In fact, I say you can do it. I've seen it for done less than half in these public schools. I've seen it in plenty of charter schools. So those are some things if you want to make it specific to the black community. But I know we hate cuts because just as people argued against me earlier about what you talking about communism, that's that communist mindset right there. We always need something from the government. I yield the floor.
So I'm gonna say a few things.
I ain't gonna lie. They let get them billions of dollars. I need something from the government, dog.
Look, I don't care how small the percentage is. If it's go ahead. Y'all, can y'all hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. As schools were desegregated, guess what? More than 80 HBCUs went out of business under the jurisdiction of the Department of Education.
So let me say this real quick, right? I'm gonna say a few things. Y'all can hear me, right? Am I coming through?
Yeah, we can hear you, but you know when there's more than 3 people up here, you become like a lion tamer. So you just got to do that. Shit.
I know what it is, man. If you notice, I ain't really saying too much. I don't care how small a percentage is. If we can save, let's get rid of shit. Like get rid of shit that's unnecessary. I do think that there's things that are unnecessary, and I do think that there's things that's necessary. You know, I guess what's necessary and what's unnecessary is subjective to what people want to feel, right? Like, okay, you know, we need this agency, but not this agency, not so much, whatever the case may be. I'm with anything that takes less money out of my pocket, right? So, you know, often I hear Republicans talk about, hey, you know, less government and you get to keep more of your money. So let's see that, right? Now, Blacklight says right here, and you know, if you're worried about using the J word, then just say small hats. Okay, so Blacklight says conservatives and liberals agree on Israel first policy. Both sides are denied. So we got both sides here. Who denies this?
I don't. That's actually one of the reasons why when I started out my initial statements, I'm further right than the mainstream right wing, because you're not allowed to speak about this openly and polite conversation in public circles. So it's like there is an issue there. Let me frame it like this. It's well accepted that minority groups have their own particular ethnic interests, right? The Latinos have the ethnic interests, the blacks obviously have ethnic interests. Everybody except, regular quote white people are allowed to have an ethnic interest, right? If you're
Come on,
Asian,
man.
the
Don't do
Asians
that.
have
Don't do
let me
that.
let me well, no, because the whites are a new thing. The whites are a
No,
growing
come on,
movement,
man.
and it's
Don't do that.
it's a counter movement. The white ethnic interest is basically a counter movement because it's not mainstream. Like all the minority
Come on, man. You sounded
ethnic
crazy,
interests
bro.
are on every cable channel. I'm just making a different point. Let's fight about it later, but let me lay out the point. We can fight all you want. Let me lay out the point, though. There's an ethnic interest that you're never allowed to address, is my point, though. Everybody has an ethnic interest. You're willing to fight it out with me about, traditional white ethnic interest, but I'm like, wait a minute. There's an
They started
invisible
the ethnic
ethnic
interest shit.
interest here. Fine, but again, that's kind of the point. There's an invisible ethnicity that somehow you're never allowed to address unless you say how much you love these motherfuckers. And that's the crazy
He's
thing
right.
about it.
He's right. Now,
Hey,
shout out to Maggie. Maggie, you're 100% correct, by the way. I just wanted to say that. But go ahead. Go ahead, Hood.
No, I wasn't
I
going to
don't care
run out
about
too
it.
long. That was kind of that was my deepest point, is that everybody has an obvious ethnic interest in the game, but you're never allowed to talk about, well, you guys got this dual citizenship thing. You guys got all these high power allies and all these corners of industry, but I'm never allowed to put dots together. That's mighty convenient,
Yeah, but look, $5.4 billion went out. That is the number one place of outflow of money. We just did a weapons deal for, I believe, $4.7 billion. They literally give us our own money back so they can get our weapons and defense.
So another thing I'm gonna say,
And there was no waste, fraud, and abuse. There was no waste, fraud, and abuse found with the number one beneficiary of American money.
can y'all hear him? Is he still talking?
No, I'm
Is it
done.
me?
That's all I wanted to say.
We hear you both.
Okay, it seemed like he dropped out for a second. So I'm gonna say this now, but hey, Leon, Hood is right with what he just said. By the way, a comment earlier about like foreign interests or whatever the case may be. Yeah, genocides and things like that. I'm of the position that that's not our business. We got enough shit going on here. I'm again, like Tito said, it's terrible. It's unfortunate. Blah 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 blah. But I ain't got time to think about shit like that, man. I would, but I think what Maggie continued to say is she would rather see that money spent here. And my thing is, I think that there's more bitching and moaning, at least over the years that I've been in political discussions about what Americans are getting from America than what people overseas are getting from America. Does that make sense? Whether it be that or whether it be, corporate welfare and this and that and the other, like we always go right to the poor person talking about, y'all getting this free this and this free that, right? We go straight to the poor person and talk about how much money they getting from the government as opposed to all this other money from people outside of the country or corporations.
Yeah, that's why I said the people that rail against capitalism have never even seen real capitalism.
So Adrian, I want to get Adrian in there. I want you to if you're still there, I want you to address. You can piggyback off what I just said, or you can make your own statement based on what you've heard so far.
I mean, as far as Israel, I think that if they were really interested in stopping all that conflict over there, they'd make a phone call like Ronald Reagan made to Israel and cut that shit out. Period. It's all about resources. They want to have a greater Israel so they can control the flow of what comes across, that region. I'm kind of somewhere in the middle, not surprisingly, because I'm an independent, right? But yeah, it's hard enough being a black man in America than without having to worry about Palestinians someplace else. But at the same time, I do pay into this system,
Right.
and it'd be nice to see those dollars around here instead of being spent over there. For this dude that just he picks fights, and then we have to come in and clean up behind him. Make that dude hold his own nuts.
Who we talking about?
Netanyahu.
Ah, yes. Yes. So what's your Tice? And I think I know this already, but I'm gonna ask your position on that.
About the people who we can so-called not name.
Right.
I'm gonna go off into how those bastards run Pornhub and all this stuff, and how APAC sucks and all this, and I'll go on a complete tangent. I wish we could. I don't even have the first thought of how to separate from these, but I am not fine. Okay, I said it.
Hey, Tice.
What's up?
Are white people victims of the who's?
I don't know. I don't think so overall, but I don't look at here.
I think so.
Okay, here's a hot potato.
I don't think victim is the accurate word though, but to not acknowledge it is to ignore a situation.
Right.
Victim is to imply like you're just getting ran over. No, this is a 2,000-year back and forth struggle. That's what. If you listen to what the hats are complaining about, the hats like, well, y'all been hating on me forever, and the white folk like, yeah, that's fucking right, we have, because we had good reason. And so this has been a long war that's been going on for a long time. So I don't want to say victim at this point. It's not.
Are you saying it's white on white crime?
Yes.
Yeah, we could do that.
So you're saying they need to shut up about slavery? I mean,
well, we the ones that need to shut up.
They need to shut up and dribble.
I don't know what you mean.
We don't start a real fight, because I agree with Hood. We the ones who need to move that on, but I know that'll flame up a bunch of people like, how dare you say that? How can we can't talk about slavery? They can talk about the Holocaust. Two separate things,
So are black people victims? Black Americans,
I think people who think are modern black people victims. Are you saying? I mean,
are modern white people victims?
Hold on a second. It feels like you're asking a bunch of gotcha questions.
It's the same question.
Huh?
It's the same question.
Are black people victims? Let's see. We've definitely been impacted by things that have been out of our control, but as far as a mindset, we don't have to have that, and we can persevere through it. Does that answer for you? Because like I said, I think this is a gotcha question that's gonna get away from
topic. Black people are victims of a bunch of fucking gaslighting.
Yeah, but this is what I'm saying.
Stupid ass shit, like to pull yourself up by your bootstrap shit. Yeah, victims.
I just want to keep it consistent, because, like I said, I'm not accepting black victimhood, and I'm not accepting white victimhood on behalf of the who's either. So that's why I want to say.
Hey, Marcus, this is a question that I don't think you want me to answer on your channel. As far as I'm gonna go into classified shit and going back to 679 AD in history, unless you want me to, and you know who I'm talking about.
Which question would that be?
The question about the people with the tiny hats.
Okay, before we get into that, let me read Free Zone.
I resent the framing of victim versus whatever. Like, I think victim is just a bad word to use because it implies so much. Like, now it becomes a joke when you say victim. I think there's a different way to really expound upon this whole thing.
Let me get to the super chat. So Lou says, if you could put a percentage on it, how much of what's called white supremacy is really small hat work? Good question.
I don't know that there's a way to quantify it.
I think it's the same.
I know. I actually think that is white supremacy. Though.
Yeah, it's the same.
There is only one supremacy, and Bubba Chuck and them ain't really got a global network that goes back 10,000 years, bro.
What both of you are Todd City and Hood Service have, I call this globalism personally. What people mostly refer to as white supremacy, I see it as globalism.
Okay, so do you think white
Thanks
people
for the
had a
super
problem?
chat.
Do you think white people had a problem with the small hat banks discriminating against black people?
I don't think they could care less.
It's the same. That's what I'm saying.
No, I don't think that's their criticism of the banks, though. You see, we can't act like our problem with the hats is their problem with the hats. So they're going to have a completely different roster of issues. And so to say, like, oh, the banks discriminated against us, that's why we should be on opposite
Nope.
sides. Like, no, they have completely different issues. The banks didn't discriminate against them in the way it discriminated against
No,
us.
in fact,
Go ahead, make your point.
So in fact, the way they describe what's happening with the small hats is they're being oppressed systemically through all of these industries and all over the world.
But that's not redlining, though. That's kind of like I'm making a different point in that we are complaining about the same beast, but the beast is attacking us both in vastly different ways.
Correct. Like for example, the Jews don't charge each other usury in their loans. They can go get 0% loans through a bank that we can't get simply because we're not also Jewish.
Because we're going.
Let me point out how the biggest deception that is both an attack. It's an attack on both sides, right? The slavery narrative, and this is something that the NOI has explained. What was his name? Tony something. He had a whole book on this whole thing and all. It's been documented from not only the NOI, but far right sources as well. David Duke and them has pointed this out. There you go. The secret relationship between us and them.
Uh-oh. I'm done. My shit is done. My shit is shut down. It's a wrap, y'all. Hey, look, it's been real. Hey, I love y'all. It's been real. You know what I'm saying? It's a wrap. Yo, the KeepItOneHunned channel.
Nothing, bro.
Nah, hey, we ain't talking about you. We talking about Tice, man. We talking about Tice.
He ain't do nothing. I ain't even see nothing.
Oh, he did what Kyrie did. What do you mean he ain't do nothing? We got a ball player.
You doing too much right now. Chill. No, I'm just saying. The thing is,
no, go ahead,
you
man.
are not really allowed. You're not really allowed to look at it. But our black far right and the white far right have both come to the same goddamn conclusion. And you know what? They based it on writings from their own historical almanacs, right? So it's like if you read the Hat Almanac, it tells you, yeah, we was popping back then. And so now if we put two and two together, this is the deception. We blame Bubba Chuck and them for an industry that was dominated by hats, right? That's the attack that's on both of us, right? That is how deep, that is the heart of American racial issue right there, that one major deception. And so, and there's no way to really untie that knot at this point, but I'm just pointing out how deep the two-sided attack really goes.
Not only that, they were the ones who were financiers of the slaves. See, a lot of slaves that were bought were not bought outright. They were financed just like we finance cars today, and they were among the chief creditors and financiers of slavery.
Right.
Now, why? Now we getting into why. You ask yourself, why was it this mass proliferation of financiers of that field? Now,
Tito,
this is what people got to understand. That before Andrew Jackson, which coincidentally is the first Democratic president, before Andrew Jackson, slavery was actually on its way out. You know what I'm saying? Before he won a lot of the wars, the Yamasee Wars and all of that, against the Seminole Wars, against the tribes in the Southeast, and he evicted them from their land. And, in direct violation of the Emoluments Clause of the Constitution, he already had real estate deals in place as he was running for president. So he colluded with him too, right? So once he got all them tribes out the way, sold all of that land, you needed people to work that land. Now, at first, you had a program of a lot of the indigenous black tribes that were killed or reduced in number, like the Pequot and the Shinnecock, people like that. They were sent to other places around the world. Why you think you look at Honduran black people, you look at Mexican black people, they look like you? It's because some of them might be you, right? And so they proliferated in financing slavery because they knew this was going to be a wedge issue down the line, and they wanted to use this to try to divide this country into a whole bunch of more smaller countries, all with a central bank, so they can loan and start wars with them as they please. So there will be a better way to extract and control all of the mineral resources,
Right.
and the human
But
capital in this country.
but see, my issue with that is we got to act like whites got tricked, like they didn't know, they wasn't educated.
Right.
They didn't, I'm just saying, like they made there's plenty of diaries and memoirs of them explaining exactly who these people was during all of this shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Well, didn't we all get tricked though? I mean, if we're gonna play about getting tricked, doesn't the whole
No. I don't think we was
operate?
educated. I don't think we was educated the same way that they was educated on who these people was. I don't think it was the same.
Yes and no. I accept what you're saying. There is a bunch of writings over the years that would kind of give truth to all the points that we're like alluding to right now. But in terms of being tricked, it's hard to make that argument when the entire world operates under the same delusion. And so it's a lot deeper than just, oh, the whites have been tricked. Like, this is really the most powerful
No,
kind
I
of
don't buy that.
It almost amounts to magic. You know the only
Good.
people, hold on. You know the only people that actually speak directly about this are freaking Asians, bro. Like the China, some Japanese, they speak about this openly, but they can do that in their like sequestered part of the world. But for the majority, most of the world operates under this World War II delusion, bro.
I was gonna keep this.
Yo, Hood. Actually, white people collude with it. They collude with it.
Yeah. That's another argument. You're absolutely right.
Now that Mr. Goldstein cut him off, we all brothers again.
Well, no, let me point out how the collusion is deep, right? Most of masonry is actually based on small hat mythology.
So this is exactly what I want to pick up. Hey, Hood, let me take this.
Those two groups, so that's like small. How did I frame it before? That is it's Judaism for Gentiles.
Okay, Hood, let me pick this up. I promise I'll keep this YouTube friendly and concise, Marcus. See, I like to focus on the social aspect. Y'all covered that economic aspect, all of y'all very well. So salute to that. You know, when you look at, we talked about the boule earlier. I'm glad you brought up the Masons in this. Who the hell do you think finance these people? You know, we can start from the I think it's Leo Frank decision. Then that led to the founding of the NAACP by Joel Spingarn, a small hat. You get into MGM, you know, the Harlem Renaissance was controlled by those people we shall not name, and all of the thought patterns that we are typically steered into. Guess who controls it? Then we get into the entertainment industry. You know, I mean, the rabbit hole is deep. That's why I'm like, you know, if I really go on about this, you won't have a channel anymore. So I'll just end it there.
It's already been said that both sides.
I feel like we should move on so you can keep getting commercials on this shit.
All right, but I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this real quick, man. It's already been said that, you know, both sides are, you know, small hat first. So apparently Bubba Chuck has a relationship with the small hats. Like, you can't just be getting tricked into infinity at this point. Like, you got a relationship with them.
What happened to everybody else?
Say again?
Like they didn't see what was happening to everybody else.
Right.
Well, it's a top down pressure. Like your elites are selling you out for their small slice of the pie. Like, you see the movie They Live, where like with Roddy Piper back in the day. And I'm saying that because I just rewatched it recently, so it's in my mind. But like when you watch that movie, like all the aliens, at the end of it, you find out all the wealthy, powerful white people that, you know, they kind of operate and run the levers of power, you know, the rich middlemen and whatnot. They're in on the game, right? So yeah, your elite that you thought was on your team is really on the other team too. So where do you go? All the roads been closed off. It's really a top down backstab sort of thing, and you know,
the answer is obvious.
So
the
then,
answer is obvious.
right.
One of your highest ranking Democrats has dual citizenship. That's Chuck Schumer.
Yep.
Right. At the same time, you got what is that Timu Lex Luthor looking ass dude over there on the Republican side right now? Shit. He was in Trump's part.
Josh Hawley?
Yeah.
Trump's daughter.
Well, no, the bald head dude.
What job does he
Is he
have?
in Congress?
No, he's in Trump's cabinet.
Tom,
He was in Trump's cabinet
Steve
the first
Miller.
time.
Steve Miller.
Steve Miller, thank you.
Oh.
So yeah, you got these people who already have an allegiance with their home country, probably above America.
Steve Miller, I swear to God, he looked like Nosferatu when he was still young and healthy before he died and turned.
So let me ask you this: if we can acknowledge, right? If everybody here, no matter what side you're on, can acknowledge that, you know, small hats on both sides, small hats, fund this, fund that, because I get into these political discussions out here where I am, and I try to say some of this stuff, and you know, people always try to, you know, like I said to somebody, I said, you know, they try to make the Democrats out to be the rebel alliance in Star Wars, and like the Republicans are like the evil empire with Darth Vader and Palpatine and all that shit. But again, everybody here acknowledges that the hats, right? I would say the hats is Palpatine, right? Now, if they run both sides of the spectrum, then isn't all this shit bullshit then? To a degree? To a degree.
Which
Right.
is why I say I'm far right, because I understand you can't be left, because that doesn't even make sense on a practical or moral level. But the far right is fundamentally dishonest, so there's a problem there too.
If it's all bullshit, then there is no left or right.
Right. So
I think the far right is the most honest you're going to get. They'll tell you exactly what's going on.
We don't have a real right.
There you go. The far right is the most honest. Love it or hate it. Because look, there's deep racism. All the racist guys that you say you hate, that you'll find them on the far right, really more than the far left. But I'd rather have my enemies look me in the eye. At least I get to fight them like a man. You know what I mean?
No. This my other issue is that on the far right, they get to say everything that your ass need to shut up about.
Now I feel that. I just wanted to say one more last thing on that. Yeah, if voting for either side or either candidate benefits these people, those people are the problem, because those people's needs are going to come before anybody's. And you know, people sell the Democrats as the party of the people and all this other shit. No, they're both the parties of the hats. So if whatever campaign promises your candidate makes, if it goes against what the hats want, then it ain't going down. Does that make sense?
Yeah, what did they say? They said that AIPAC was
party in this country. So how can they be the rebel alliance? That's one thing.
Say that again. Say that comment again.
I said that the Democratic Party has been the majority party in this country since 1829. So I don't understand why people think that like it's some rebel alliance shit from Star Wars with the Democrats. If anything, they the damn empire. They the ones who expanded our government. They the ones. The NSA was brought in under the Democratic president with Truman in the National Security Act 1947. They the ones who brought surveillance. They the ones who made the FBI spying on citizens and all of this shit. They are, you know, Darth Vader and them.
Well,
I mean, we got
thing, because the Democrats,
Adrian, hold your thought.
With the EU and everything. It's not just that the Democrats are everything you said they are, Tito. It's global. There's a global network that are the Democrats effectively. And so it's not just America. It's not just that they're big here. They have a network that's back. And that's what this USAID thing finds out too. We're spending all this money trying to, you know, make the world liberal. Like this whole thing is such a big fraud. So, you know, we're finding out a lot about the Democrats lately.
Adrian, you were going to say something. Adrian.
Yeah, Adam forgot. I'm 50 years old. Fucking let's go.
My bad.
So with that understanding, with the understanding and acknowledgement that I just said, then doesn't that make anything that American citizens are demanding from the American government not a problem? If you live here and you pay into the system, right? then doesn't that make anything that people who actually live here and pay into the system not an issue if there's somebody somewhere across the water receiving benefits from the taxes you pay? They're the issue, not people who live here. I don't care if somebody's selling their stamps in front of Walmart or none of that stupid shit. I don't give a fuck about none of that. The fact that Trump gave out the $1,200, Biden gave out, what was it, $750, something like that.
Barack gave out 500, I believe.
Right.
No, let me
real quick, I just want to finish this, and we think that's not a problem, that we get these crumbs, right? But then overseas, we really hooking them up, and we'll continue to. Isn't that the real issue? No? I don't care who here asks for a handout. We giving handouts, billions of.
Not if they trick you into believing that we got to cut government workers first.
How about we? And I think Trump cut some foreign spending
from Israel.
No, not from Israel, but just period. Definitely not from.
It depends on how you
Ukraine.
look at it. I gotta say this,
and all of the weird transgender
on this earlier. I don't understand. Right or left, whatever. Let's get past that. I don't understand how people will say, like, I've heard this on other panels. I'm not saying y'all saying this, but I've heard this, man, they're going to cut these jobs or whatever. And I'm not saying that Trump's administration cabinet are the most efficient at finding which are the best roles, or, is this a useless job or isn't it? But everybody here has worked somewhere or with someone where they're like, okay, you could have trimmed the fat here. But I don't understand how many in the public are willing to say, well, at least they got a job, even though they may not, when I say do anything worthwhile. And I'll give an example and I'll yield the floor. One of the jobs they identified was a locksmith at Yellowstone Park, and he only had the one key to unlock people out of the restroom. Now, whether that's exaggerated or not, it's good. But why do you need a whole job for that when that's something that someone else can do? But I guess my point is that
I'm pretty sure he did more than just that.
Really? Oh, really? Didn't we talk about how efficient the government was earlier? Didn't we?
But that's what it is. It's
I'm just saying, like, some of this stuff is, I got to see it, man.
Okay, that sounds crazy, but you've seen crazier shit that people who work for the government do. I'm like, wait a minute, this is all you do a day? You just stamp this? So what I'm saying, though, is it's like people would rather just spin and just keep the churn or the hamster on the wheel, whereas I'm saying, no, sometimes the hamster's got to jump off the wheel. Like you said, Todd, hey, sometimes the engine got to just die. Okay, that's what I'm saying. I'd rather see somebody trying to change something being, I forget the term, a disruptor, than going with the status quo. Let me end it there.
I wanted to raise this issue a minute ago, and this is something that I think about this constantly, because in Black America, and we have this Black men panel right now, and everything's going well, and I want to raise this issue right now while we're all at the top of our game, it seems. I don't think Black people have enough conversations about the theory of government. Yep. Meaning, why should... Imagine the six of us right here on this panel are actually the people whose money it takes to run Black America. Now the question becomes a lot more dire. Why should we spend this money on that thing? Why does that matter? Like, why does a government actually have to support XYZ thing? And I think we have to start having I'm not just trying to hold us six people right here accountable, but I'm just raising a grander issue that these kinds of conversations don't really happen all that often in Black America as to why a thing should happen, why a government should do such and such thing. And this is what really bothers me. A lot of Black folk take these conversations from the position of, well, it's the white man's money, he should just spend it anyway. But like, if it was your money, how would you actually manage it?
It is my money.
Yeah, see, okay, so
theoretically, you accept that theoretically, but I'm talking about a grander argument of Black America. I don't know if Black America accepts it that way. Black America, when you listen to a lot of the Black people who are talking heads on TV, they talk about the government's money like it's the white man's money, and you should just spend it and give me that.
See, we were just talking about characters earlier.
So
look, that's because, like I said, most so-called Black people in this country have been socialized as communists. It's difficult to have. I took world government, U.S. government classes in college, but it's difficult to have this conversation with a lot of so-called Black people because they don't even, because of the school system, frankly, because the school system ruined them. The public school system ruined them. They don't even understand the Constitution. They don't even understand the Bill of Rights.
Well, I say that the education of your children is nobody else's responsibility. That's how I look at it.
Is it the school system, or is it that they've been indoctrinated? And
in the media, yep.
Oh, so see, I like that's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
Damn near the same thing at this point.
You said the school and the media?
Yeah, they are. Yeah, you're right about that. Hey, I wanted to address somebody talking about Social Security becoming insolvent. Why do people fall for that? Why do people think
it's self-funded?
Yeah, Social Security is a legal Ponzi scheme. As long as it's the United States and as long as people are working, how is Social Security possibly going insolvent? The only way that Social Security could go insolvent if you had this big giant class of people that was like 91 years old, and then everybody that was 21 years old said, "Nah, I don't want to work. I'm gonna stay home and jag off." That's the
you don't think we're getting to that point?
A large amount of people die before they can even get Social Security.
Yep.
This is also true.
All of the talk behind Social Security is to, generate fear in the public.
Yep.
So this way, your corporatists and your oligarchs can come in, take it over, privatize it, and they make the money off of it. This is why I'm asking. Listen. Okay, I think some of us are taking me wrong initially. I'm fine with let's make the government more efficient. I'm asking who's doing it and why.
Right.
SpaceX is doing it.
Now we're going to hand over Social Security because the same guys who want to profit off of it, have the leverage to the media to scare the hell out of everybody to make them turn over their Social Security to them so they can squander that. We already have socialism in America, but the thing is it's not reaching down to us. It's socialism for the top, and it's rugged individualism for the rest of us.
Yep.
Oh, that's what people don't understand. Once you wake up out of that left-right paradigm, that's.
So I'm gonna say this, right? If we pay taxes into the system, nothing that we get from the system is a handout. Now I want people to respond to that. If we're paying taxes into the system, nothing that we get from the system is a handout. To be honest, it's only a handout if you're not paying it. So like, if you want about whether it be your American that's not working or you're talking about your people across the water getting free money or free things from America, I consider all those things to be handouts. Anything that if you ain't put in on this man, then anything that you get is a handout if you didn't put in on this. But I'm only speaking I see you, Webster. I'm only speaking on or in the context of tax paying people who pay into this system. If you pay into this system, nothing you get is a handout. You don't even get all your money back when you get the refund. Right.
I agree with that, but I think that we should have more of a say in the spending of tax money.
Right.
That's
But Ty City, on that note, the first thing that many people will cut out is their property taxes. Then they'll complain about why their schools don't have nothing. Because I don't think
schools shouldn't be dependent on property taxes anyways.
I agree and I disagree in a sense. But that's more of a philosophical thing. I do think that kids should have an opportunity to learn. The problem is that teaching is that profession is so mismanaged and boggled by unions that the money in it is basically stuck in administration and not to the teachers. So the teacher, we do things in life strictly based on incentives. I don't care if you're a damn, I don't care if you're a, I can't think of, basically the people who don't care about money or whatever, they still have an incentive to do something. But generally it's money for most people. You have plenty of great teachers who would love to come in and teach kids, teach them the right way, but they're not making hardly any money. But when you look at these administrators, all are making over six figures in most major markets. And you're like, well, wait a minute, 70% of these kids can't read or do math at their grade level. What are you administrating, or how is this happening? So that's what I'm saying. If people chose things, I think it would be even worse.
First of all, I don't think that you should lose. You should not lose a fully paid piece of property because you ain't paying some property tax. That's number one. I think that's crazy. You paid for some shit. Like, name anything else that you can fully pay for and that they can take from you if you don't continue to pay taxes. Like, think about all the shit that's in front of you.
Bitch.
Right.
Imagine paying rent on your VCR. Remember VCRs? Imagine paying rent on a VCR forever. $2 a month forever, bro. Like, that's how it is. Like, you got to pay on it forever. I thought you were supposed to own this simple thing.
Well, what did the World Economic Forum call it? You will rent it and live or like it.
No.
You will own nothing.
They said you'll own nothing and you'll like it.
There it is, Adrian. Exactly. Right.
Well, but that's what I'm saying. That's where it's going. If you look at the new business models that they're setting up now, is leasing the land. So that's where you get Elon with the $10,000 homes or whatever, but they're going to lease the land.
Hey, Ty, wait. They don't got so crazy with it. That they got it to where features on cars are subscription based. I bullshit.
Yeah.
All of the new Cadillacs, they got it to where you can remotely turn on the heat in the winter, remotely turn on your AC in the summer, right? And it worked through an app on your phone. But the ability to do it is
it's a script, yeah.
You already bought the fucking car.
Yeah. And it's got all the equipment on there to do all the shit, yeah.
So I'm gonna address my man's comments. Shout out to my man Rodimus. He says, "Are we not going to acknowledge that both parties have raided Social Security?"
It's nothing to rate. Look. I want people to get this notion out of their head that you go to work every day, and then when you at the end of the week, they got a room with your name on it where they put all of your monies and coins and shit in their room, and then they hand it back to you in increments after you retire. That's not how Social Security works. The only thing Social Security does is tabulate how many quarters you have amassed while you were working. And then the people, if you own Social Security now, the people that are working are the ones paying for your Social Security.
They're paying for it.
Hey,
huh?
You know, it's
the ones that
crazy.
are paying for it, yeah.
Yeah, they the one paying for it. If you think about this. Like, I'm 48 right now, right? So in about like 17 years, right? Them little bastards that's in kindergarten right now, they'll be paying my Social Security when they get their first Burger King job, or when they first start doing OnlyFans, or whatever the fuck they go do with their life. They'll be paying my Social Security. That's how Social Security works. How can you raid some shit? No. The money that they raiding, the money that they really raiding is that US aid money. The money that they really raiding is when they put all type of spending for picayune interest in those spending bills. The money that they raiding is all of that under the table campaigns, finance, donations, and shit that's donations in kind. That's the money that's being raided right there.
Yeah, I disagree with them taxing Social Security though. That's kind of wild.
Yeah, that is. Yeah.
So I was talking to somebody about migrants, right? I don't know how many of you actually live in a city that's affected by migrants, right? Now I know Tito. I know. Hold on, let me get it out.
Every city is affected by migrants.
So look, I'm in Vegas, right? we don't have a migrant issue, but I'm from New York. So, you know, I take everything on the news with a grain of salt. So I call my people in New York and I ask them, yo, you know, is this migrant shit real? Like, is it really crazy like they making it on the news? And I get yes from everybody, right? So when I go back and forth with people on the left about this, I had someone say, and I want y'all to respond to this. I had someone say to me that it's in the Constitution that anybody that shows up at our borders, we are to give them asylum, right? Now, the first thing I ask
No,
is,
it's not.
right. The first thing I ask is, yeah, Constitution, right? Not only that, I had this person also say that Trump used Antifa to dog whistle black people. In other words, when he said Antifa, what he was really talking about was black folks. I found that shit quite.
Antifa is white.
Right. I said you would be the first person in history to refer to Antifa as a black group. I mentioned both of these things to say this guy that I'm talking about that was having this conversation with is a white liberal. And we know what Malcolm X thought of white liberals, right?
And
like,
Martin Luther King.
Right. But my thing is, bro, you're blatantly lying to me about this shit, right? So, no, the left cannot hold or continue to hold a morally superior position when they use lies and propaganda to scare you from the right. Now, I'm not saying that the right don't got this issue, because y'all know how I speak on the right and the left, right? But you know, I say that to say, he said, oh, how's that migrant issue with Vegas with all that construction? You know, if there's a migrant issue, shout out to Salty again for the super chat. If there's a migrant issue here, I don't see it, but I know it's crazy in New York, right? What I'm saying is this idea that, you know, we're a world power and we have to give asylum to people and this and that. Again, another issue that I'm having that's bigger than somebody cashing in their stamps.
Okay, wait.
I'm not from Vegas. I don't know nothing about Vegas, but I promise you have an illegal immigrant issue. I promise you have an illegal immigrant issue.
I'm not saying we don't. I'm just saying I'm not aware of it if it's a thing. But go ahead. Thanks, Salty.
Real quickly. First thing that these communist Marxists do is they love to change language. Migrants, make it nicer. No, the MFers are illegals and they broke the law. I don't give a damn if they got their anchor baby. Call me uncompassionate, lack of empathy. They broke the law when they crossed into the country. None of our black asses can walk into their border just like they walk into ours. Okay, full stop right there. Number two, there's a lady, rest in peace. Her name was Barbara Jordan. I believe she was out of Houston. Black lady, way back in the 70s, 80s, and 90s. She was warning black people, listen, I'm telling you, they're trying to flood in these, they're trying to flood, I even said it, they're trying to flood in these illegals. You can look on YouTube for her, what she said about immigration. She was saying that it should be selective and that we shouldn't do it at the risk of our own people who may not even have job skills or training in obtaining those job skills, because that's the number one excuse they try to gas you with. They will do jobs. Tito, I think you said this. They do jobs that we don't do. That is
that's
BS.
the gaslight. That's the gaslight.
Yes, we won't do the jobs for the rest that they will do.
Thank you. I said, hey, who follows me on Facebook? I posted that shit. I said, yo, it's not about the job. We won't do it for the money that you pay them. I said that, right?
Right. And I'm
I got
just
a question.
and that's this to me should be so cut and dry that we're not debating it. I know. I'm just saying it with these other disingenuous people. And
we finna debate. We finna debate.
I got a question.
Wait, hold on. But before you jump in, Ty, Adrian, go ahead.
So this is what I ask people a lot. Name for me one illegal activity that black people can participate in and not only get away with it, but be rewarded for it.
Right. It's a good question.
All the fraud that was being found.
Oh, come on, stop.
Huh? What?
Stop
Who,
it.
what?
Huh?
No, I'm saying everything. I'm telling you, niggas ain't got nothing to do with all that shit that Doge finding, and they got away with that shit.
You know the context of the question he's asking.
You know what I'm saying.
Come on, man.
Yeah, it's no laws that we get to choose. We go follow this law or not that law and not be held accountable for it. So
Absolutely.
it's crazy. You got a whole class of people that's not being held to the full account of the law like we are.
Right.
Hey,
So
pull up
until
the
that
link.
can happen, then I'm not going to be for illegals coming over here and getting what I'm supposed to have. And let me just say this real quick.
Or more.
We're always going to have an immigration issue in this country because America decided a long time ago that it was going to stick it to black people.
Yep.
Period. Citigroup said back in the middle of the early aughts, they released a study showing that America has forfeited at that time $16 trillion worth of GDP because they continued to hold on to racist practices. What that means is they don't want to hire you niggas.
Yep.
So they'll just go find the next cheapest person, and they'll get them here by any means necessary.
But that's what I'm saying. Grandpa sold the country a long time ago. They didn't hire white people either. They shipped out all the manufacturing overseas.
That's right.
All the
Hey, wait, hold on.
I'll play.
Hold on.
All the
Click
manufacturing.
that link in the back. Click that link in the back, bro.
All the manufacturing. So let's
All
let it burn.
all the major manufacturing is gone.
Just let it burn. Just let everybody in, right? Just let everybody in.
Wait, no. We talking about where they want to where they spending money for manufacturing. That's what we talking about. But back to immigration. Back to immigration.
Thank you.
So are you for fast tracking white South Africans into the United
Hell
States
no.
for
no.
asylum? For asylum.
Okay.
Hell no.
No. You want to know why? Because
Because they
don't
own
bring
everything in South Africa already.
skills that we don't have here.
Okay, look, this just came out.
I will say this. As far as all these random people showing up claiming asylum, white South African farmers actually do have a real legitimate
They have more of a grounds for asylum than some broad that's being stalked
Which
by
is what?
an ex-boyfriend from Honduras, dude.
Nah, the niggas, listen.
You wanted the debate.
Bro, them Zulus will eat those white people if you let this shit go on.
That ain't happening over there.
I swear to God, I am not being hyperbolic. The niggas
That's hyperbolic.
will eat them. They will.
That's
I'm not. I did a whole show.
It is what it is.
Show about
Hey, it is what it is.
1950s
It is what it is.
They kicked out all the white folk. Them niggas ain't modern like us. They don't have our rules, bro. They're gonna get very tribal with this shit. They're gonna throw niggas in the pot and cook them up. It's gonna be very, very nasty.
It is what it is. But what you think about this $5 million citizenship gold card?
A lot of countries do that. No big deal.
Yeah, I know. Switzerland does it. A lot of people do it. What y'all think about that?
Wait. Antigua does it. Martinique does it. Santo Domingo does it. Brazil does it. A lot of countries do this. A lot of countries.
So what is this? So let me read this. Donald Trump on Tuesday floated the idea of replacing the visa program for foreign investors with a so-called gold card that could be bought for $5 million as a route to U.S. citizens. Oh, so he's selling U.S. citizenship $5 million a pop?
Yeah.
Fast track elitist.
So this the trick, right? Because Elon Musk can't be a president, right? Because why?
He's not a
natural born citizen here.
Let's see.
Okay, but can you put a price tag on that?
No,
apparently,
because he's not a natural born citizen. What are you?
See, this is what I'm saying. It just says American citizenship.
Hold a second, Tyson. Let me ask you.
To be honest, I haven't really looked all the way into this. This came out right when I got off of work.
I know, but let me ask you this. No, because you kind of straw man this, but that's fine. Listen, the way it's air quotes supposed to work is we will bring in, again, air quotes supposed to work. We will bring in people who have specialized skills that are not there right now. We both know that doesn't really happen in practicality, but
yes, it does. Baseball players,
right?
And Cuban boxers.
Yeah, say what you want about Elon, whatever he did.
Oh, he got the $5 million
here.
So when I heard the white South African or whatever, that's what I was reacting to. Now, if we were talking about everybody else, that's my mistake, and I'm saying that to you open. So that I'm clarifying my point.
Look, hold on. I think the white South African issue is a non-issue. America is not going to be all that altered by a handful of more white people. That's not really going to shake things up. Elon's problem is the Indians. I'm never going to forget the H-1B thing. When Vivek Ramaswamy first became like a political figure during this election, I said it then, and I was happy when it finally came to fruition. After Obama, I'm just not ready to trust another slick talking brown guy. I'm just not going for it. I don't give a fuck if he's on the right or not. And then Vivek Ramaswamy, he finally let it out. He was like, "Well, you got to bring in all these Indians because you Americans, you spent too much time having sleepovers and watching the Saved by the Bell."
He said white people chose swag. He said white people chose swag over education.
Yeah, bro. But then I'm like, really? Because America's average IQ is shitting on India's average IQ. Don't try to convince me.
No, that shit didn't even work.
Don't try to convince me with the children of the handful of rich niggas that y'all somehow better than us, right? So I wasn't gonna. I was definitely not fucking with Vivek over that whole deal, bro.
As far as this whole idea of
he stood on it. I respect it. Go ahead, my bad.
That's all right. As far as this whole idea of
behind that though, Trump cut him loose, Elon cut him loose, so now he running for the governor of Ohio, and it's a tricky thing for him. It's weird because he might be the best candidate, but I still don't like him. I don't trust him, and I don't trust Elon because of the Indian thing. That's the real problem. It's not just illegal immigration. That's an legal immigration. That's a legal immigration issue that I think we have to check too. Because every time you pick up your phone and call customer service, that shit gets routed to a country where some Bangladeshi or some Indian or something like that. Like those are jobs too, bro. I want to talk to Americans when I have a problem with something.
Yeah.
So on this
Elon
South Africa,
Elon said he'll die for that.
On this whole South Africa issue, as far as the Boers, all this is an extension of white male hegemony. We have a real consistent way of always being able to support apartheid. So Elon is over there with his fingers in AFD in Germany. We're supporting Israel. That's apartheid. And here we go again with South Africa. So it's all about
Look how hypocritical that is, though. So hold on. When South Africa wanted to keep their racial homogeny in check, when South Africa wanted to do whatever it takes to keep their shit going, everybody was like, no, embargo, evil white people. But now you got this country in the Middle East doing everything that you say you hate. And it's like, well, they're our favorite people. How dare you talk about that like that? Like, that's not fair.
Wait, are you saying that I'm on two opposite sides of that issue?
Oh, no, he called it the same. He said it's the same.
Okay. All right.
No. I'm saying you saying it's the same.
So let me.
I guess I'm confused. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
So earlier Tito was talking about being on the right or being a conservative meant that you had to support reparations. Okay. Now, Hood, unless I'm incorrect, I know that you're not really about that. Right?
No. How do you be on the right and support reparations? Break that one down. That's
what I mean. That's what.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Let's go.
I'll tell you how.
Let's go.
If you are supposed to be on our alleged right, because I don't think we have real right, but if you're supposed to be on our alleged right, then that would imply that you're a constitutional fundamentalist. See, the problem with reparations talk is that you have all of these boule niggas and all of these people from the media get up there and talk about reparations for slavery. I don't care about reparations for slavery, and nobody with common sense cares about reparations for slavery, because one thing that we understand, because we actually know how to read and matriculated through school, is that when slavery first started here, the Eastern Seaboard was a piece of the Spanish Empire, the English Empire, the Dutch Empire, even the Swedish Empire, and the French Empire. So who do you go after for that, for reparations for slavery? We don't care about that. No, we want reparations for Jim Crow, because after the Civil War was settled, 2 years later in 3 years later in 1868, the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were established. And in Section 1 of the 14th Amendment, it says that we, meaning black people, are natural born citizens under the jurisdiction of the United States, not to be deprived of life, liberty, or property without due process. And so everything that happened collectively after Jim Crow, after the 14th Amendment was established, after you had this legal framework, is a collective violation of the 14th Amendment. So if you fancy yourself to be a conservative and a constitutional fundamentalist, yeah, you should support reparations for Jim Crow. Now, when I talk about reparations, I don't talk about that cut a check shit. I got 4 simple things for reparations. Number 1, make us tax exempt for a period of 120 years, because from 1868 up until like 1988, you know, it was still a state of Jim Crow. So that's 120 years. So since you sandbagged us with Jim Crow for 120 years, right? Then make us tax exempt for a period of 120 years. That's number 1. Number two, all of those patents and formulas for drugs that they put out there and started to do clinical trials, and they found out that they only worked on black people, let the FDA get all of those. Let the FDA get all of those. Number three, a federal registry for any police officer with an abuse of force on their record, irregardless of what race their victim was, right? Number 5, a federal law that automatically disbars any state or federal prosecutor once they have been found guilty of a Brady violation. That's what I want for reparations. I don't want to change. So if you go argue against that, nobody that can argue against that can really say if they say they are a conservative, they're a hypocrite. Because
I actually am. And it's funny, Tito, because while you were listening, I was thinking and I was listening at the same time. And I think once you said constitutional fundamentalist, you baited your own trap and then you walked right into it, like eyes wide open.
I didn't make no trap.
There's nothing.
You don't.
Hold on, let me go for it. Because I did listen. I really was listening. And once you said that, I think you laid out an issue. So there is nothing in the Constitution that fundamentally gives you a grievance for a group, for a racial group, right? And so the way that
what are you talking about when the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments were written for black people? What are you talking about? They were written for black people.
It freed slavery, right? But you're not asking for reparations.
It didn't know the 13th Amendment didn't free the slaves. It nationalized the institution of slavery. It didn't free slaves.
Bro, you literally said you want reparations for Jim Crow.
Yeah.
At that point, it's not about slavery. And let me lay out
that was the premise, though.
Exactly.
Let me lay out the fine points of my argument, because you're interjecting far too much for me to actually make an argument. I'm saying that you want it for Jim Crow and slavery these are kind of separate issues, but either way.
I said for Jim Crow. Don't try to mix in nothing.
Okay, so now you're making it a lot easier for me once she's restricted to Jim Crow, though, because now the federal government, you're asking for a federal reparation, right?
Did you hear what I said at the end?
I'm asking a clarification. Did you hear what Do you want the federal government to pay reparations? Yes or no?
If you are about to talk about when the Supreme Court in 1883 ruled that that the 14th Amendment only applied to discrimination from the state versus discrimination for private entities, that's where you're wrong. The state sponsored plenty of discrimination.
Though. That's not what I'm about to talk about.
Okay, just in case you was going there.
No, not at all. But what I'm saying, though, is that you're asking the federal government to pay In broad terms.
I didn't say pay anything. I said tax exemption. I didn't. You weren't listening.
Either way, you're
weren't
holding
listening
the
hard enough.
federal government liable. You're holding the federal government liable for issues that happened on a state level against individuals at the time. And my only problem with
on
that,
the state level?
my only problem is if you're gonna pursue anything in that fashion, it's not a broad issue. You have to present cause, you have to present evidence. It makes it a very particular issue. So if you're gonna pursue a reparation, it can't be a mass black thing.
He laid out the examples of where to get the evidence and who need to be over.
It's already conservative. It's already a precedent for reparations, bro. You remember those people? You remember in 1919 in Forsyth County, Georgia, when they had race riots that was so bad that they had to send federal troops there, not the National Guard, federal troops.
Why does a nigga from Brooklyn deserve money for that?
There we go. There we go.
Started. They put
why does a nigga from Brooklyn deserve money for that though?
Hey, I'm a nigga from Brooklyn and I resent your statement.
But
continue.
But see now, because remember what I said earlier. Let's not act like it's the white man's money. Let's act like it's our money. The six of us.
Yeah, you're right. It's our money, and we have been collectively paying into a system for a period of 120 years that we haven't been able to fully benefit off of. Now, do you?
But it's our money we have though.
If it's our money.
Let me say this real quick because this
pay sales tax too, just like anybody else. What do you mean?
Hold on. Let me say this
because we live in the best house on the whole entire world, so it's our money still. Like whether you're rich or no, it's our money.
Let me say this because this one of the problems I got with niggas on the right. Because if Trump hold on, if Trump come out with a race-based initiative called the Platinum Plan, they be all about that shit. They be all about that shit. I remember that shit. I was like, hey, this is a race-based initiative. And motherfucker, they didn't care if it was race.
If you listen to me at the time, you know, I was kind of iffy on because I'm like,
niggas was co-signing the Platinum Plan.
Give these niggas no money, bro.
Hey, man, listen. Trump was talking about giving money to black people. Specifically.
He was.
And everybody was on board with that. But now when somebody got a legal leg to stand on to get the money, it's a problem.
And
let me ask you. Let me throw this in there. Go ahead.
Niggas ain't love Trump for that, no matter what. That's why I'm like, two things. One, I take issue with the logistics of it, so that's why I'm raising a more logical argument. And then two, I think it's not going to solve the emotional argument.
No. This is a logical based argument. Don't do that. Don't do that.
I said it was pure logic.
Yeah.
I'm not saying you wasn't.
For reparations. Do you realize that it's already the people that got kicked out of Forsyth County, Georgia, and their descendants, they got reparations from the United States Department of Agriculture in 1991, man.
Let me ask a question, right? I just want to throw this in there. How come the people against reparations for black people never raised these arguments for the Native Americans, or they never raised this argument for the small hats, which we pay reparations and that shit didn't happen over here, and a bunch of, you know what I'm saying? Like, why are we paying reparations to the hats, right? Now, I'm sure you might have a problem with it, but I never hear it spoken on with as much fervor as when a nigga.
Let me tell you something.
I think you're misspeaking on that. America doesn't pay reparations to the hats directly because we're not directly to blame. We manage that as far as at best, but I don't think we pay it directly. We don't owe them anything. Germany paid a lot. Germany had to cost some bread.
But we did pay out, bro.
We did like 10 billion under Obama. He earmarked that for them.
Yeah, but that's not a reparation. That's just a graft and a hustle.
Then what is it?
Hustled out and all. That's a whole other level of corruption. You have to label that something other than reparation.
We pay
another name for that shit.
We pay a lot of groups reparations that are not black people. So what sets black people apart in this discussion?
Because you're asking to be paid because 200 years ago at this point, like some people were slaves.
It wasn't 200 years ago. It was
He's
not
talking
the
about
last slave did
Jim
not
Crow.
die. No, I'm tired of that 200-year shit. The last slave did not die until 1971. The last person to receive a pension payment as a Confederate war widow received her last check in 2020. Stop with this 200 years ago shit. No, slavery is recent as fuck.
Fair enough. My timing is a
Hey,
little bit. My frame is a
Okay.
little off.
let me
But
say this.
my argument is that if you were going to pay a reparation, it would have had to happen a lot closer to the time. Because now it's so far away, it just becomes a political
But
talking
we are
point.
still paying out reparations to other groups of people in
Man,
2025.
yo, listen.
Doesn't make it
So,
logical. Doesn't
Hold
make
on,
it reasonable.
do you know what the native?
but I don't hear any pushback for that. Is
Hold
my
on,
point.
My screen
Hold
real
on.
quick.
Do you know what the Native Americans got awarded in Oklahoma last year?
Yeah, that's them in Oklahoma. It's not a giant racial group across the country. That's an individual thing. That's kind of my point. It has to be a lot more selective if you're gonna get
Also,
anything
because
out
there's
of
too
it.
many niggas then to pay.
It is a lot.
that's
It's
the
way too many niggas to just say give all you niggas some money.
Hey,
You gonna have to come up with a case. I need to
So
see
you sure you a
paperwork.
conservative?
I got a case.
Niggas
I
too
got a
many
case
niggas?
for you.
Because
I
that's
got
the
a case
Democrats'
for you.
position.
Marcus, can you share my screen just real quick?
Bro, but Tito, that's
Yeah.
the Democrats' position because they've been selling you a dream this whole time. I'm
Nobody's
just
been
trying to
selling
keep
me
it
a
a buck.
dream.
Okay, Hood.
Democrats ain't selling no dreams about reparations.
Hood. What I'm showing you, look at the headline here.
There it
Obama
is.
administration earmarks 12
I knew
million
it. There it was.
Holocaust survivors. This was in 2015. People are right now still receiving this, what have you. So listen, you dog, but you're wrong here on that one. That they're not getting it or it was allocated differently, and it's going directly to various programs.
Find the word reparation in that article.
Bro, come on, man. Now you're being semantic.
No.
You're being semantic, bro.
Semantics. When he tried to just hang me on the rope of it's worded differently, yes, it is worded differently.
Okay, you're being completely
for a
full of
fucking
shit.
reason.
So if
niggas reparations, bro.
Fam, if they're paying Holocaust survivors, what would you call it?
And I didn't even want to pay it.
What I call it, they're never gonna give
I didn't
you
say nothing about a payment.
reparations.
No, that's not that's not the discussion we're having though. Whether they'll give us reparations or not. What I'm saying is, and thank you, Tan. He said hood conservatives sound like his headline pushed back. And Salty Balls, posted the link. Thank you both for the super chats. That's not the argument. That right now we're not. Let's not do straw man. Let's not do straw man arguments. Right now, the question was, why is it so much pushback anytime a dime or a nickel is to go to a nigga, but we ain't got no problems giving white people land, giving white people this, giving white people that, giving every other group money. This is let's not make bones about it, bro. What we just looked at is reparations. That's what that is. I don't care if you use the word or not. That's reparations for the Holocaust, right? Again, did not take place here.
The answer to your question is that niggas are afraid of money.
I'm sorry, Adrian, you go ahead.
Niggas are not afraid of money, bro. Niggas love lies.
They're afraid of money.
Niggas are like hoes, and hoes love lies, just like niggas love lies. Niggas want to be lied to.
I got a better answer. I got a better answer. Everybody sees black people as slaves, and a nigga ain't entitled shit he ain't bleed and sweat for. And that is the approach. Even when you're talking about political parties, the first thing they ask a nigga is, why are you asking your political party for anything? Again, I pay into the system. Everyone else gets to vote their interests. Everyone else gets a handout. They don't call it that, though. They call it aid. They call it assistance. They call it all that other shit. As soon as it's a nigga, it's a handout. As soon as it's a nigga, it becomes something else, right? So why is reparations special? Because black people are always special. Black people always get separated from the rest of humanity in these conversations. Why is giving reparations to black Americans a different discussion than giving reparations to every other group of people? I don't give a fuck how long ago it was or how big the group is. I want that question answered because that is the discussion.
Okay, I have an answer for that to an extent. I think that, and this is where I get into tinfoil hat area. So what? HR 40 has been on the books since 1988, 89, sponsored by John Conyers. basically the official study of reparations, right? I believe that these Boule members are deliberately propped up there giving these awful arguments on reparations so that it sounds so BS. They don't even want to get it to the floor because they've been instructed to do that. Just give lip service to it. It'll make you look like you look good. And right now in 2025, we got Ayanna Pressley. Why are you smiling, Ty City?
No, because no. Listen, the reason why I'm smiling is because niggas be on the right? And they're around a whole bunch of these white boys screaming 1776, and then a nigga say something, they be like, that was 200 years ago.
I got you. Fair enough. No, but
Right.
Even Ayanna Pressley recently, the other bald chick. Why are these broads all bald? I digress. But was talking about we gonna reintroduce this reparations bill, and I'm like, you don't even understand, the thing. But I think that they put these bad arguments out there, and that's what makes it impractical. Now, Hood, I'll directly pass it to you. You will have it uninterrupted.
Thank you, because I want to say something.
No. Why is it? Because I gotta agree with Tito again. That whole cut the check, that's goofy shit. I'm talking about land grabs, educational subsidies, as you said, tax abatements, those kind of things. But those aren't sexy to many, so that's why I don't get there. But why are you so vehemently opposed to this? I show you something where another group to this day is receiving this, signed by a so-called black president. What is you'll make your case uninterrupted. Go.
Hey, Hood, before you jump in, let me read the super chat. Leon says, Hood helps us to understand why we are still sane, right? One more thing I'm going to say, and then Hood, you got it, is the biggest America has been a handout for white people the whole time, and nobody trips about it. And whether it be people that came here and started the shit, or people that was brought here from Europe through Ellis Island, those immigrants, they got a bunch of shit. Nobody trips about that. Go ahead, Hood. I want you to answer Tice's question.
All right, people coming from Ellis Island didn't get shit, but let me start from the beginning. All right, oh Jesus,
it's
Christ.
not true, but go ahead.
The answer to Tice's question about why I'm against it in theoretical sense is that because I am actually on the far extreme right, I don't want to give anybody anything for complete free. So like when you talk about Ellis Island, nobody who got what from Ellis Island. You came, first of all, if you survived the trip, you had to come here and find a job.
I didn't say anything
you had to be
about
sponsored.
payment.
They didn't give them land.
Do you keep saying that?
No, nobody on Ellis Island got.
I didn't say anything about monetary payment.
Hold on, bro. You guys are all raising issues at me. I'm trying to fight like 5 of y'all at once.
Let him rock, man. Let him rock a little
Island
bit.
Thing. So that wasn't land per se. Not everybody coming through Ellis Island got land. Like all the people.
I didn't say everybody. Okay.
So right, it wasn't everybody. That's one. And then two, the people who got land, it wasn't just like, hey, now you're rich. You understand that getting land means you have to make something of it. You have to.
But it's free, right? It's free.
Yeah. But if you get murdered,
you're against
your free land. Nobody cared either. So it
no,
wasn't
that wasn't
like people were just on your way. But my point is that I'm against the concept of reparations, not only on the logistics. Like I don't know if it's feasible this far away from slavery, but from a political standpoint, I firmly believe that the only reason reparations gets raised is because it appeals to black people on the most emotionally intense level, and you can't turn away from it. And I don't think that it was ever meant to become true. I think it's the ultimate carrot on the ultimate stick. This is why I don't mean to be offensive to anybody on the panel, but when I made it,
I'm not offended.
When I made it about pimps and hoes, this is the ultimate game to spit to the ultimate hoe. You just promise them the ultimate bag. If you just fuck with me long enough, I'm gonna get you this reparations check. That's what they've been doing to black people.
But I didn't say shit about a check. Why the fuck do you keep saying
let
that?
Let him finish. Let him finish. Let him finish. Tito, let him finish.
You can name the bag what you want to name the bag. I don't believe in your
litigation,
dream.
nigga, and you still talking about a check.
That
I was in fucking special ed and I've came up with a more logical structure for reparations than any fucking talking head you see on TV or anybody that's sitting in the government. How?
Hey Tito, let her finish. Let her finish.
How?
Get ahead, Hood.
All I'm saying is I don't believe that the issue of reparations was ever brought up honestly as something that was gonna ever happen. It was the ultimate it was the worm on the hook. It was a carrot on a stick. It's game for hoes. It was never meant to come true.
But you
see
said
I hate doing that.
You said you against free shit, right?
That's exactly where I was going. Go ahead, Tito.
You against free shit, right? What about the Homestead Act? That was free shit.
Right.
What about the GI Bill? That was free shit.
He's against
what
that.
land you gonna get now?
The white middle class is a fucking creation.
GI Bill wasn't free, bro.
They got a lot of
you can't call a GI Bill free when they made it for war veterans.
Really?
But listen, Hood. The question was, you still kind of didn't answer my question though.
Let me ask you a question. Then why did because I live in the Chicago area, right? So why is it that the white GIs got brick homes out in Villa Park and Dundee and all of that shit? But then when my great grandfather came back, who fought in the Italian campaign, who was at D-Day, all of that good shit, who was one of the first units to cross over into German territory, they gave him a house kit.
Bro, I am not arguing
well,
that
I think that
never happened.
Constitutes free shit.
I'm not saying that never happened, but reparations for all black people is not the same as addressing how the government fucked over your grandfather.
Once again, I didn't say nothing about a cash payment.
I didn't address cash payment. Hold on, Tito, Stop. You keep saying cash payment before the word cash payment ever comes out my mouth, bro. I'm not. You just mentioned your own grandfather. I'm responding about your own grandfather. That wasn't about a cash payment per se. That was about government policy. And what I'm saying is the government policy that fucked over your grandfather doesn't justify all black people getting something for that government policy.
Nobody said all black people. I think.
Okay, so an individual issue. That's an individual issue, bro. That's
hold on, Tito. Hold on, because I got. Let me do super chats, and then I wanna make this shit very specific. Revelator says, reminder: Hood reparations is for Jim Crow, not slavery, and I think Tito was clear about that. Tan says, what is it?
Vinyl isn't really Jim Crow. The Jim Crow was like in the 20s and 30s and 40s. Like,
I gotta read the super chats. I gotta do the super chats. So
where do you live at? Where do you live at?
You see
now I gotta do the super chats.
Now we have this like this fuzzy
where do you live
about
at?
when a period allegedly
where do
ends
you live
and begins.
No, there's no fuzzy nothing. Look. If you can trace, I think, hey Tito, go into specifics about how far back your family has to trace here, because that's a part that you might not have mentioned. So, because he's talking about time period. So, shout out to Tan. Thank you for the super chat.
You as a black American can trace your lineage back to at least like 1900.
I think being on the far right means you don't have to have these conversations.
The 120 years of being tax exempt, the legal cutouts for law enforcement, and the crazy part is the third thing I said is for the benefit of everybody in the country, and you still against that shit. The fourth thing I said is for the benefit of everybody in the country, and you still against it.
Hood, you still haven't addressed.
Sitting on death row that shouldn't be there because of Brady violations, and you still against it.
Hood, there's a lot of
about Brady violations in the reparation conversation. You see what I mean about Mission Creek, bro? Like, nah, bro, niggas be saying a lot, doing a lot, and this is why I just want to do away with the whole thing. I want to solve today's problem.
Okay, so if hold on. So if we're doing it would seem again as though you're against free shit for black people, but there is a lot of other free shit floating around that you're not even talking about.
Shit, bro, I'm against free shit.
The Homestead.
No, if you're against free shit, then again, if you're against reparations wholesale, and again, every time I talk to different people about this, it's almost as if reparations as a word is only connected to black people. There are other groups of people, large groups of people receiving reparations for shit that happened a long time ago. So, you know, and I would say that, you know, the Native American issue probably, you know, precedes, you know, American black slavery in North America. Is that safe to say? That's a long time ago too.
I can't.
I mean, they had to come here and throw blankets on these motherfuckers before. So no, we ain't talking about. We not talking,
bro. It's such a trap. This shit is so theoretical. And like I said, the whole issue.
How are wholesale violations of the 14th Amendment theoretical when they've been recorded by newspapers, recorded on film for God's sake, recorded in different deeds and all of that shit? How is this theoretical? Again, when there's already a legal precedent for it.
Bro, you want all black people to be.
Let's stop that. Let's stop that. Stop that. Stop that all black people shit.
It's not all black people. Don't call it reparations, and stop getting on my back about being fucking legally specific when you niggas want to go to court. You niggas want to go to court. I'm being legally specific.
He said,
like a motherfucker.
Okay,
and you act like this
all black people is not specific.
This shit frustrating as hell because you act like you're not gonna wind up in court with these same exact arguments, and I'm
that ain't the conversation. That ain't the topic though. That you're off the rails again.
Let me calm down.
No, go ahead. But you're off the rails again.
If you're going to keep raising individual issues that individual people keep having,
that's not that one is.
Wait, time out.
No, that's not what happened. That's not what happened. This again. Hold on, Tito. Tito was very specific. He said that you got to trace your lineage back to a certain point in America. He was right? Hold on, bro. He was very specific about who is to get reparations and under what circumstances and for what what issues.
If you're going to be specific, you got to prove a case, right? That if you're going to be
that specific,
again, it's pretty much. So no. Hey, Hood, you're getting Hood. You're going off on tangents. Hood, address me. Address me, Hood.
If it's been proven, then who gets what money?
Hood.
If y'all nigga, you made the case that it's been proven.
I didn't say nothing about a cash payout. Why the fuck do you keep saying who gets what?
What's the remedy?
Tito, let me
gets the remedy. What individual gets the remedy?
So what has been said already, Hood? All your Hood. Any question that you ask has been answered already because he addressed it forthwith. He's addressed it forthwith. But check this out, Hood. That all black people shit that you keep saying is fallacious in this discussion because nobody here said that all black people, and I think you're aware of that. And I think that I think that for some people, reparations is an issue because it doesn't include everyone. Well, let's keep it real about that because it doesn't. So it's very specific, and it's
reparations.
You say what now?
If it's very specific, your word,
right?
Then who gets reparations?
Hold on one second, Adrian. Go to your FB inbox, man. I sent it. No, come on, man. Are we gonna play this game? Who gets reparations?
You just said very specific. Now you don't want
say it again. Say it again, Tito. Trace your lineage in this motherfucker to 1900.
Very specific. All I'm arguing is for
wait. And it doesn't matter, Hood Conservative, and it doesn't matter if you are the descendant of former slaves or not, because even free blacks in this country were disenfranchised too. So it doesn't matter. As long as you can trace your lineage back that far. Then yes.
You see what I mean? You see, listen. I accept the fact that you want this thing, right? But this is another reason why I consider myself on the far right, because I have no patience for this theoretical back in the past argument. You can want whatever you want. The niggas that promised you that shit was never going to give it to you.
We don't have a far right.
That is my final position.
You are a fucking bot that's repeating.
Tito, that is my final position. The niggas that promised you that shit was never promised to give it. They never meant to give it to you, and I'm not the one that ever lied to you.
Side argument. That's a side argument. I'm gonna accept, Hood, that you're not gonna answer my question. I'm gonna say that so that I bring light to it. I'm gonna accept that you're not gonna answer the question of why reparations for black people is somehow
You niggas
different.
keep changing the goal. First Tito say not all black people. Now you say black people. Which one is it? So tell me what I'm exactly arguing with. So I can think about
Okay. So you want us to use specific terms? Okay, ADOS, FBA, whatever term you want to use, we know who we're talking about. Okay, so because understand this, when I say black.
Jim Crow.
Listen to what I'm saying. When I say black people, I ain't talking about anybody from a nation that is outside of North America. Okay? And I'm talking about black Americans. Black Americans is very specific. People who watch my shit know. When I say black, I mean black Americans. I don't mean nobody else. If you are from another nation, you wave another flag, you are not black. You are a person from that nation. There are no black people in Jamaica. I don't give a fuck what you say. There are no black people in Trinidad. There are Trinidadians and there are Jamaicans. Okay, let's keep it all the way fucking thorough in here. People who come from these islands. If you're from an island where most of the people look alike, why the fuck would you describe yourself as a black person? There's no distinction to be made. Chinese people don't say, "Oh, you're an Asian and I'm an Asian." No, them motherfuckers come from China. They are Chinese. Okay, so if you come from Jamaica, you are Jamaican. If you are from Trinidad, you are Trinidadian. If you are from Grenada, you are Grenadian. You are not black. Black is a distinction for black Americans made in America to distinguish them from other Americans of race classification, whatever you want to call it. So no. When I say it, it's different from when you say it. But if you want me to make it more specific, ADOS, FBA, motherfuckers who can trace their lineage back to a certain point in this country. If you are from somewhere else, I say it all the time, holla at your colonizer. So now that you know who we're talking about, you can answer the question in that context. Why is it when black Americans talk reparations, only this is an issue? No one else in the world with the reparation argument get as much pushback as black Americans. Yep. Can you please, I don't care about how likely it is for us to get reparations, what we were promised, and the likelihood of us getting it. I don't give a fuck about none of that. I don't give a fuck about, evidence and all that is sidebar. What I'm saying is, in the discussion, this shit gets more pushback than any idea of giving anybody else anything. Why? Why the distinction?
One, it's a
and wait a minute, hood servitors, by your logic, we shouldn't have personal injury lawyers. Cause man, that workplace accident that happened,
my logic is
man, you already got your back surgery, man. That shit old, man. Forget about that shit.
Hold on, my logic
the
is
whole
a
premise
personal
of me
injury
saying
law,
this is that we as Americans, once the 14th Amendment was ratified, have been paying into a fucking system that we have been disenfranchised by. And by the way, let me address this third grade level education motherfucker, whoever this Webster Papadopoulos is, talking about the reparations already paid for single mothers. You dumb motherfucker. Every year, the HHS is a tiny fucking sliver of the United States budget, first of all. And every year, more white women get motherfucking public aid than anybody, nigga. So shut the fuck up and go read a fucking book. Take your ass back to your fucking grammar school and see if your teacher will let you squeeze to one of them tight ass fucking desks and sit your ass down and pay attention.
Okay, I didn't even see that. I didn't even see that comment.
Whoever the fuck this dick sucking motherfucker Webster Papadopoulos is, shut the fuck up.
Webster also made another point in the chat. The black people right after slavery didn't bitch about reparations. They got busy actually building and working. This is why they
and then they burnt.
Then what happened? And then what happened?
Yeah, they built.
Then what happened?
According to Nick,
you set yourself up for that one.
Stories, no, I did it. According to the stories, bro, Tito. According to your shit, right.
Section 1
right. Hold on. So if they did so much,
says that you cannot, as being born under the jurisdiction of the United States,
niggas is passionately tied to this argument
without due process.
So let Hood speak for a second. Let him speak interrupted just for a second.
You in here arguing against it.
I need Hood. I need Hood to be heard clearly.
I have no passion for the argument. I only have thoughts and logical explanations, but I swear I have no passion for either side of it.
I wouldn't say that, but I need Hood to speak uninterrupted. I need his thoughts on record. So let him speak uninterrupted. Just go ahead.
I get passionate when I feel like I'm being attacked personally, but when it comes to the argument itself, like this is not about like I feel either way. So I whether I'm black or not is irrelevant. I'm really trying to think about this just on a logical term because again, when you raise like people around the world, no one around the world is raising the unique claim that black people in America are raising. So I reject that entire framework. And what I'm just simply saying that when it comes to actually asking for certain things, if it's for slavery broadly speaking, even all black people weren't slaves.
Chill. Tito. Let him. Tito, I'm gonna let you go. Tito, chill.
I'm trying to fight arguments away one at a time. And so if it's about slavery broadly speaking, all black people weren't slaves. A lot of black folks, well, a handful of black folks own slaves because not a lot of people own slaves to begin with. It was a minority league, and a handful of niggas got to own slaves too. But even sweeping that away, if it comes to Jim Crow, once you move the clock that far ahead past actual slavery, my entire point about something like Jim Crow, that was a very regional thing. Jim Crow wasn't necessarily a northern thing. It was a very southern thing. That's why black folk really went to the South and had the whole civil rights movement with the fucking what was those white folk that went down to Mississippi? They made a movie about that motherfucking Mississippi burning and all that. There was a whole movement to go down south and bring justice to the South and shit. And the point I'm trying to make is it wasn't necessarily all black folk, and it damn sure wasn't a federal government policy. The federal government came in to correct what was basically local shit. That's why to this day, black folk love the federal government. We try to get in with the feds and shit. But the thing is, if you want to get any redress for that, I'm just making the argument that it has to be a more individual thing. Make your case individually. Don't just say that every nigga that's darker than fucking chocolate gets money. That's a weird thing to just say. Like you don't deserve redress.
We don't for the 1800th time nobody said that. But go ahead, Tito. Now, Tito, do your thing.
So by your logic, there should be no more class action lawsuits because all of y'all that got poisoned by that company, y'all should handle that shit individually. No more class action lawsuits. And I don't know how many times I have to say that I didn't even say. See, this is why I say you a bot. You have this check paradigm so hardwired into your psyche that you can't even imagine anything outside of that. That's why I started off saying, no, the very first plank when I talked about reparations is, hey, I'm against the check shit. I started off saying that it should just be a tax exemption status for 120 years because for the better part of 120 years, really longer, we paid into a system, paid taxes into a system, joined the military of a system, did all type of shit for a system that we were actively disenfranchised by. When the Nazis made the Nuremberg laws, they based it off of Jim Crow laws, right? The reason that we even have like how they say a company has the responsibility first to the shareholders. Do you know where that came from? That came from a lawsuit that the Dodge brothers put against Henry Ford because he was paying black men as much as white men and he was giving them raises. And what were the Dodge brothers? The Dodge brothers were tiny hats, right? All of this shit is based on this reflexive part of the American fiber to
you cooked yourself already. I'm listening to you. I swear to God, I'm listening to you. You cooked yourself already. You keep oscillating between tax act. Yeah. You keep oscillating between class action lawsuit versus tax exempt policy was the only remedy that you mentioned. This is your remedy.
I mentioned
what other remedy did you mention beyond tax policy?
I mentioned 4 different things. You not listening.
No, you
hard
mentioned
enough.
4 different things, but I said, what other remedy to your fucking grievance are you mentioning beyond tax
To my
policy?
grievance.
The grievance is the grievance is racial harm. Your claim is reparations. You're asking for tax
The
policy
grievance
to
is hold
address the
on,
grievance,
hood,
right?
hood. The grievance is not racial harm. Oh no.
Fair enough. It's a lot of
Hold on.
grievances,
I'm not
but
gonna
your
let you
only
get away with
remedy
that
is tax
bullshit.
policy,
The
right?
grievance is not racial harm. The grievance.
I'm not fighting you on that.
The grievance is that we were
I accept all that.
disenfranchised.
I accept all that, brother.
We were
Bro, I
paying
accept
into.
all of that.
That ain't got that. I didn't say shit about race.
I accept all of that, but your remedy is tax policy, correct?
Part of it.
What other? What? I didn't hear any other parts.
You didn't. So you didn't hear none of that shit.
I'm hearing tax policy. So tax policy. I'm trying to listen to you because I want to be very
Okay.
very logical and precise.
A federal registry for any officer that has an abuse of force incident, irregardless of what race their victim is, and a federal statute that establishes penalty of immediate disbarment for any federal or state prosecutor that has a Brady violation, and for any pharmaceutical company that's done clinical tests on a medication that they scrapped because they found out that it only worked for black people. Can I get through? Because this has happened many times in medical history in the modern era, where they clinically tested a medicine and it only worked on black people. Where they said, okay, we go just shelve this, right? For that to be released to the Food and Drug Administration. Those are the 4 things that I said.
Okay.
It has nothing to do with a check.
Can we get any other voices in on this topic?
Right, and my response will have nothing to do with a check neither. So please don't. I'm interrupting you before you interrupt me. It's not going to be about a check. I swear to God. So don't jump in with that. Okay. Your initial grievance is a very personal, like you said.
Oh, I'm muted. I was super chats. Hold that thought. I got to catch up on super chat.
I want to use the bathroom real quick. Yeah, read your super chats.
All right, so let me scroll down. Okay, Leon says hood is just for chaotic entertainment, aka spook. Crazy. Salty says Seneca Park Village. Anyone? No draft riots. Anyone? New England textile mills. Anyone? Right. So we about to change subjects. Who was taught? Was it Hood speaking, or I think he was responding to you, but he stepped off. Listen, I accept, because this has become at this point Tito versus conservative. So everybody's been, I appreciate y'all standing by. Tan wants you to read his super chat, Tito. So I'm gonna scroll up to that. Let me see. What is it? This one? You crazy, man.
I'm here, bro. I'm just listening in, man. I'm over here rolling, bro.
Right. So because I got another topic to bring up, because we've been stuck on reparations for some time now. But I want now that, look, this is the thing, Hood.
Yeah.
You back? Okay.
Yeah,
so Tito.
Hold on. I want to respond to Tito.
No, that's what I'm about to let you do. That's what I'm about to let you do. I want you, in your response, right? Just do me a little favor. Address the shit that he actually said. That's what I need from you. Address what he actually said, bro. That's what I need.
I am pointing out a logical argument. This is a structural problem and how he's addressing the issue. And I'm pointing out a realistic issue. It is not about me being for or against reparations. I'm trying to come at this from as legally precise position as I possibly can from how I understand the law. Okay, so let me just lay that out. That being said, you are making what is basically a civil personal claim argument and then asking for federal laws to redress your civil personal claim arguments.
That's not what he did.
That's literally what he just did.
No, that's not what he did. Nobody else heard that. There's 6 people on the panel, and we got over 100 people in the chat, and nobody heard him
You just
do that.
mentioned pharmaceutical companies. You just mentioned earlier he talked about his grandfather.
But did I name that in my 4 planks of reparations? Come on, man. Now
He used his grandfather. Hold on, he used his grandfather as an example.
Every one of your remedies was a federal position. That means
so what's the problem?
Congress
So was it so you don't think
that means Congress has to pass a law? That means at that point it's not about you going to court. If you want to go to court for whatever you want to go to court for, it is not about me having an opinion. You go do that. If all the things you said were that simple, people can go to court right now. There's nothing stopping anybody from going to court right now and raising all these issues. The problem is you want federal law to be.
Do you think people have it?
Hold on, bro. Hold on. You want federal law to address problems that would have to go through court. And all I'm saying is I am just theoretically against that because that's not how the system works. If you want federal law, then raise the argument. If the Congress people and all the representatives and senators want to pass reparations, then what am I going to say? But from a legal standpoint, it doesn't make sense to go to court to ask for federal law to be changed.
We weren't asking for a legal position,
that's
but
not asking for a law
this
to be changed, though. This is
asking
for the Constitution to be followed, and that's the whole point.
Nigga, if you asking for anything,
we're gonna move on.
It becomes a matter of
we're gonna move on.
Law.
Come on, Mark.
We're gonna move on. We're gonna move on because two things has happened. I've already accepted that he's not gonna answer my question about why is or reparations for Black people different than from any other group. Like nobody asked these, federal law and Federalist and Federal Act question when it comes to other groups of people. Nobody asked these questions. As soon as you say nigga, all of these concerns come out of fucking nowhere. So we're gonna move on. Hood, you're not gonna answer these questions, bro. I'm just gonna accept it, and you're straw manning the shit out of Tito right now. So we're gonna move on. So you straw manning, bro. So check this out, right? There was a conversation about Trump trying to eliminate no fault divorce. Y'all heard about this?
No. But
that
would have been all over the manosphere.
Absolutely. I had a friend of mine. I don't know if he's still in the chat because he was here. Tell me that it was an executive order given to eliminate that, and then I looked it up and I was like, oh nah, that's not real.
You can't issue an executive order to do that. Hey, listen, I'm sorry. I got to wake up at 5 o'clock for work. Hey, thanks again, Marcus. Salute, Ty, Adrian,
peace,
Tito, and the chat. Hey, Hood also. All right, I got it there.
Peace, Tice. So Tice is going to jump down. I'm going to bring up Leon. Okay? Yeah, I see you, Leon. Leon is like, Link! Leon. Okay, Leon. Hold on, Leon. So, I'm just we're gonna move on past. But before we do that, and I don't want anybody to jump in because I want some more perspectives on this. Ty, what is your position on the reparations before we change the subject? Right? No more debating. I want Ty to speak on it.
I mean, wherever it's legal, wherever it's a legal issue, it's a legal issue. I mean, where I'm at with it is that. If it applies, it applies. And I think that this is one of those instances where niggas on the right, they can't really have that conversation. They already know to go straight to no. You know what I'm saying? I don't think they understand. Like they get the argument from the left, and then they expect you to be on the same shit as Tariq Nasheed and everybody else. So they're gonna frame the argument like that, and. No matter, you're just gonna be cut the check. That's what they're gonna hear. But for me, bro, like I said, like I'm not anti-reparations, and I'm not really going full blast towards reparations. I just think that right now, I think it's a whole lot of other shit niggas got to get going. But I'm not against people fighting for legal.
Right. Adrian.
Hold on.
Hold on. Let's not do it.
I
Now you're
feel
gonna
exactly like that. I
you're
feel
gonna
exactly like that. But when I
but you
elaborate
didn't say
why,
that.
I make enemies. See, Uncut Underground. You try to be. You are very intelligent. Maybe I'm just too dumb. I'm dumb. I feel like fighting niggas about why it makes sense to not give a fuck about the shit. But she like, hey, but I feel exactly like you feel. Like,
that's where I'm
nigga,
going with it.
if you want to go to court, go to court. But you raising all these arguments, like these arguments have holes in them, brother. But if you want to fight it, go. I'm not the man. You got to get money.
I didn't make an argument. My question. Hold on. I don't want to get into a debate about it again, but just so you understand, Hood, I wasn't debating about why we should or should not. I asked you, why is it that people, and I don't, at this point, I do not want you to answer this question. Don't answer the question because I'm going to move on to Adrian. I asked, why is it that black people's bid for reparations is somehow different than everybody else's? It gets a level of pushback that no other does. Again, don't answer it. So, Adrian, I want you to give your opinion on that piece of the discussion we just had.
I mentioned it a little bit earlier. I think that black people in general have some sort of mental roadblock where money is concerned. There was a local reparations push here, which I'm usually against local reparations because it is a federal thing. Our government was complicit. And no sooner than they announced that they were going to push for reparations here locally, the first thing that they start talking about is, well, it doesn't have to be money. But then you look all throughout history and everybody got money. Guess who else got money for slavery reparations in America? The slaveholders.
Right. Yeah. Yep. That's a fact.
So how is it that they got? How is it that America was cool? First of all, America understands reparations. We know exactly what it is, and we know that reparations includes money. Now, I'm not going to take anything away from Tito. I like his raft of proposals, but I'm going to say and money, and I'm going to say and for slavery. America doesn't become the superpower that it became during the time of the Industrial Revolution if it wasn't undergirded by the foundation that was established by slavery. Okay, and
we're not doing that no more, Hood.
They utilize those bodies to create.
We're not doing that no more. Nah, you got your shit off.
It is fair. You argued for like 30 minutes, bro.
Right.
But I didn't argue with you though. You're
nah. We're not doing that no more, man. Nah, we're not.
Haven't been dirtied
I'll
up
give you.
all my ideas yet.
I'll give you my Facebook Messenger. We can argue there. So, if not for those black bodies that did that labor for free, and I don't care if you start the time clock from 1618 or if you want to start it from 1776 when we actually established ourselves as a nation, there was a period of time that there was labor that was not compensated for, and that's what the lead economist in this space, who would be Dr. Sandy Darity, is arguing about. Now, as far as where that goes back to, by the way, he talks about going back to the census of 1890. If you can trace your lineage back to the census of 1890, you would have been a slave you would have been a descendant of slaves, at that point. Okay. Yep. So we should be starting from when we established ourselves as a nation and we were property. And then, then we should go through Jim Crow, which, by the way, started in 1880. I just need to clear up some non-factual information that was going on around here into the 1960s. So it should be everything that you talked about, Tito, and money. We should never shy away from the money.
From a legal standpoint, how are you owed redress from something that was perfectly
that was legal? See, I knew that was
coming. We're doing that again.
You were paid into
shit, bro. Because if it was my money, I would tell you flat out, the only thing you owe a slave is freedom.
Okay, hold on. Wait. I have an answer. I do have an answer.
This is why people purposely stay out of the slave part of it.
I do have an answer.
Because what else do you owe a slave?
I do have an answer.
Let him respond. Hey, Hood, you asked a question. Let him now respond to you without no interruption, please.
It doesn't. So you're trying to go from a legal standpoint. I'm going from harm. There was a harm that was done. There was a harm that was done to the Jews in Germany, and it was perfectly legal for them to do that at that time until it wasn't.
Right. I was about to go right there with it. Again, similar
I don't
shit.
care what they say the law is. There was a harm that was done.
Win a war and enforce your dream. Then, if that's how you feel about it, you're gonna raise.
Now you're being hyperbolic. I answered your question.
Raised the wartime issue.
Bro.
Do whatever you
but
want.
they got paid, didn't they? And they got paid by us. We weren't even in the. We weren't even, bro.
Won the war.
Bro, let me ask you something. When did the U.S. actually join the war? When did it? See, again, niggas always make distinctions. Now, so now
we did win a war. We won the Civil War.
Don't bring in the hats and accuse me of making distinctions. Because
hold
niggas
up.
want to rest their argument on what the hats
did win
do,
a war.
but you can't do what the hats do.
We won a war. It's called the Civil War.
There we go. See?
Actually won.
There we go.
Right.
There we go.
Am I lying? See, this is why you're smart, because you're not gonna fight the fight, but I don't give a fuck.
No,
the fight was already fought.
I had enough drinks to fight this fight.
I understand the fight.
We're getting stuck.
I understand the fight. This is why it don't just stop with the small hats though. It goes.
I got you, Leon.
It go to white people too. You can't do what white people do, so shut the fuck up. You can't do what it don't just stop with the small hats.
Right.
That's my problem. That's my problem with the niggas with the niggas all the way on the right.
Niggas have dreams that require power, and now you begging, and that shit. I'm over that shit, bro. I'm over that shit.
I don't want to hear.
Okay, so what about the feather hats?
The Japanese hat.
What about the feather hats?
I only have dreams that money can buy. I have dreams that money can buy. You want racial power that's not gonna happen.
I don't want to hear that. This is why.
No, but you said, but he said he's against free shit.
But this is why I don't want to hear white people.
I have dreams that money can buy, bro.
I don't want to mute people. Go ahead, let Ty talk. Let Ty City talk.
No, this is why I don't want to hear white people cry about the Jews, because they can't do what the Jews do. They need to shut the fuck up. I'm just keeping it consistent.
Hood.
I'm not mad about that either. If they rise up and do whatever they do, then they do what they do. Listen, power is what it is. Niggas is making all these fucking niggas making really, really sophisticated arguments, but at the end of the day, if you had the power to move a needle, you would move a needle.
Okay, so let's go through a list of people who ain't had the power but got reparations. Native Americans ain't had the power, they got reparations. No, that's bullshit. Japanese didn't have the power. They got. Don't say nobody. I'm naming the people.
Nobody. These were all negotiated. Everything you were arguing was.
But these are not powerful people. So let me ask you. So what could Native Americans do?
Hey, Hood.
All right, it's time for Leon. I need Leon to jump in here. Leon, go ahead.
Hey, I'm gonna go to the back room. I'm gonna put away dishes, but I don't know about that. But so what do you want me to touch on? I'm lost. Now, what should be the topic? If you were trying to switch topics.
I didn't even hear nothing this nigga just said.
Nobody switched topics. We were talking about reparations. And niggas.
Now I was trying to switch topics, and I actually did switch topics, but we got back here.
Yeah. I'm not trying to.
Why it's not gonna happen.
But that's never been the conversation. You keep strawmanning. You keep making about the likelihood of it happening. Then you talk about from a legal standpoint and all this other shit. The question was always, right? What's the distinction between our reparation and other groups' reparations? Not just in America. Well, in America, let's keep it to America. The reparations that America paid out to other groups of people, right? Including slave owners, right? So what legal basis or power or any of this other shit that you're demanding of black people that these groups of people have for their reparations? Again, you're making unique cases for reparations for black people that you're not making anywhere else.
The one piece of evidence that was brought up was a unique case. Even Holocaust survivors is, quote, a unique case because it's not all of the hats. It's only the people that can prove that they were supposed to get that money.
Chattel slavery isn't unique?
For one, actually, no. But
chattel slavery. Do you understand what chattel slavery is?
Actually, no. That's the history of the world, bro.
So no. Bullshit.
I get tired of this world history argument. That's bullshit, man.
That's bullshit. Chattel slavery was not how shit was there. No. American slavery is very unique. It's extremely unique.
Special, bro. Niggas
So
think
Do you understand what the chattel and chattel slave? Hold on. So tell me another nation that practiced chattel slavery.
Bro,
You're talking about no, but you know, bro, because you're saying stuff and you don't want to get that shit responded to. So
Hey, just go ahead and say white people were slaves too. Hurry up, get out the way.
Yeah. Go ahead and say the Scots Irish, bro. Go ahead and say the Irish.
Their form of slavery was not being able
Y'all niggas is
to
obsessed
own
with
their
white.
own.
What race of people never got enslaved?
bro, I said chattel slavery. That's that chattel slavery is specific. We say specific shit, and you go back to some other shit, bro. You're doing a lot of straw man shit. You're doing a lot of straw man shit, bro.
You broing me though. What race of people never got enslaved?
Bro,
first of all,
chattel slavery.
Hold on. Here is the answer to that. Here is the answer to that world history bullshit that Hood Conservative is bringing up right now. I don't give a fuck who else was enslaved. I'm only self-interested in my people. I don't give a good goddamn if they didn't stick up for themselves and go get what the fuck was theirs.
This is absolutely
I'm arguing for mine. I don't give a fuck what else happened when and wherever else. I only care about what happened to my people on this soil. So drop all that other bullshit and pettifogging that you're doing to the fucking conversation. Let's deal with black people here.
That's like saying because I wasn't the first nigga to get hit by a car, then everybody that didn't get paid because they got hit by a car, I shouldn't get paid because I got hit by a car. I ain't got no legal basis to sue a motherfucker for hitting me with his car because Jerome and Trevor ain't get paid for getting hit by a car. Fuck them. I'm suing. I got hit by a car. I'm suing the nigga that hit me with a car. So that's Adrian's position, and I stand by it. So
hear that argument is a very specific argument. We already have.
I'm a part of a very specific people.
Right, but people are not a specific thing that goes to court.
American descendants of slavery are a very specific people.
Why do you keep saying
even a class action lawsuit? If you want to go to court, it's about. Listen,
why do you keep saying court?
Because who else is going to solve this? Either the court or the federal government.
We need to move on.
Here, check it out. Real quick. As far as court
60 seconds.
Let me say this: as far as court is concerned, with the dissent of Clarence Thomas during the affirmative action lawsuits that just happened, he laid out a framework for lineage and not race. So it's in there.
Right, and then you would have to establish lineage, which means
I already told you how you establish lineage.
It's not hard
to do.
This is all I'm saying is you actually have to make your argument a lot more streamlined than just say we got to get us a check. Because
the information is.
He keeps saying that.
You keep saying that shit, nigga.
Nigga, you ain't the only one up
house,
there, bro.
Nigga, brain working. Is your ears connected?
Tito, you ain't the only nigga up there, bro.
Nobody said shit about it.
Nobody was not
Why
fighting.
y'all entertaining this shit?
No, Tito, we already did that. I wasn't fighting you, my nigga. I was trying to argue with this nigga for a minute.
You're doing a bad
job. You're not arguing. You're not even arguing anything, bro. You're just wasting people's time.
If you feel that way, so be
it.
But all I'm saying is,
wait a minute. You know who got reparations really recently? Since you want to talk about unique,
well, then why we ain't get them?
The mountain yards and the
nuns? Why we ain't get them? It's not because
have you ever heard of the mountain yards and the nuns?
Bro,
have
fine.
You ever
heard
of
why
them?
didn't we get them? Because I'm not the problem.
Don't tell me.
Have you ever heard of the mountain yards and the nuns?
I haven't, but I don't think that is the problem for why black people ain't got reparations.
Those are two ethnic groups. Those are two ethnic groups from Vietnam, right? And very, very small numbers of them joined at the behest of American advisors during the Eisenhower administration to fight to help the French keep their empire. And then once they created South Vietnam, they fought as irregulars for South Vietnam, basically as mercenaries. And because tiny numbers of both of those ethnicities joined in the fight, when the fall of Saigon was imminent, the override multitude of all of those people begged to be evacuated from Vietnam because they would be politically exposed and probably exterminated by the incoming Vietnamese communist government. And so once they got here, they ended up getting reparations for that shit because they got made politically exposed. As a matter of fact, under the Carter administration, vets
when the Office of Refugee Resettlement was created,
Yo,
especially for them. So not only did they get
hold
reparations,
on,
they also had a
hold on.
whole government
Hold on. I'm
agency
gonna start. I'm gonna start
especially
ringing this
for them,
motherfucking
nigga.
bell.
I
I'm gonna
feel like
start ringing this bell.
every time
All
I
right.
come here, it always devolves into reparations too. By the
No,
way,
no. I mean, it's politics, ain't it? So let me ask this, right? And then we got to move on because we look, we're going in circles. We're going in circles. But look, I gotta ask this question for the culture, Hood. I gotta ask it for the culture. Okay, Hood. I need to know, and I'm asking this for the culture. How much of your position on reparations is influenced by the criteria involved? Meaning, because what I find is a common thread that people who have a certain lineage or lack thereof are against reparations. Listen, I'm from Flatbush, Brooklyn. You're from New York yourself. What I feel is a trend is that people who cannot qualify or trace their family back in the U.S. to a certain time period or whatever the case may be, those are the people who push back the most on reparations, right? I'm gonna start there. Another thing is, right, what I also remember growing up is Black Americans kind of like championing every cause that happened overseas, whether it be in the islands or the continental Africa. We was anti-apartheid. We was anti this, anti that. Find them girls and all this other shit, right? Anything that happens to melanated people outside of America, Black Americans are tasked with the duty of standing up for that injustice, right? But it would seem as though as soon as Black Americans are fighting for their own injustices, those same people we fought for because they feel excluded from that, even though Black Americans stood nothing to gain from the movements that we were championing for those same people. We had nothing. We weren't offered plots of land in Africa, the Caribbean, or nowhere else. So I have to ask, right? How much of this position is influenced by lineage that dictates that you would not qualify for this thing? And I want you to be honest. This ain't an attack. This is a question.
let me say this. One, I'm gonna make some final closing statements, and I'm gonna get out of here because it's actually late, and I just realized how late it was. I'm gonna answer your question, dude. I listen. You invited me up here like ad hoc,
Absolutely.
and I try to come and answer the call. So,
Absolutely.
shout out to everybody on the panel.
And I appreciate it.
Because this was fun. None of it's personal, nothing like that. I appreciate everybody coming up here and interacting with this whole conversation. That being said, I want to address your questions. The last part about lineage or whatever. One, as far as I know, my pops is from the Caribbean, so that's a whole half. Excuse me, that's a whole half cut off or whatever. So the Caribbean slavery doesn't count, I guess, in this niggas is concerned. So more than likely that's Caribbean slave blood, but who knows? My grandmother definitely comes from like North Carolina and slavery and shit like that. Because I asked my grandmother directly, and she's like, "Yeah, I knew Auntie used to." I asked her about slavery because she was born in 1929. So I'm like, "Well, you probably was alive while some slave people was alive too." I asked her that question one day, right? But so there was definitely like slave lineage in my blood as far as that question is concerned. But that being said, I don't. As far as this conversation is concerned, and you're asking me how much of my personal lineage is tied up in a conversation, I don't recall answering any of the positions based on my personal lineage. And everything that's been presented, especially like with Tito or with anybody else who's raised a real substantive argument, I'm not arguing from a personal position. I'm making one with Tito, and again, I'm closing, so I'm going to leave it a minute. with Tito, a lot of what I noticed you saying was
Put the clock
basically
on.
like civil, like civil law, tort law. Like you have a grievance claim that can't be a broad racial thing. Even if you want to make it a class action, it can't be the whole black race or every FBA. You're gonna have to actually get legally specific if you want to go that route. And then two, if you want it to be a federal grievance, like if you want federal policy to be
Oh,
changed,
you
well,
mean legally
we can
specific
disagree
like
or
Jim Crow
not, but
laws?
like it's not the
Let him say it. Let him say it.
if you
Let's
want it
let
to
him
be
talk for the
federal,
next hour.
if you want it to be federal policy or whatever, like then fine. But I'm not the one to talk to. Like that's Congress people gonna agree with you on that shit. And that brings me back to my final closing argument. However, I feel about reparations is totally kind of beyond the point. I don't think that reparations, and I'm saying this again for the last time, the people who pitch reparations to black people were selling black people a dream. And I think the more we talk about reparations, the less we talk about every other profitable, productive goal that we could be talking about. It was meant to
Wait.
keep black people in a box. And I'm gonna
who
close.
who
I'm
who
gonna
are you
listen to
saying
y'all for a
pitched
minute longer, but I'm gonna
reparations?
leave after this.
Who are you saying pitched reparations to black people? First of all.
Don't ask me no more questions, bro. Please.
Hood, hey, so,
All right.
Hood, I
You know what? You
appreciate.
know what? Hey, wait. You know what? You know what? You know what I'm gonna enjoy? You know what I'm gonna enjoy? I swear to God that I'm gonna need a wet rag and a cigarette when that birthright citizenship case makes its way up to the Supreme Court, and some of these same tellers that's talking this reparation shit have to go back to.
So let me say this, Hood, before you go.
Well, connect the dots for me, Tito. Hold on. What do you mean by when
No,
you bring up
no.
birthright citizenship and we're
Because
having a
the
reparations
Democrats
conversation?
have
Connect
opened
the
the
dots.
can of worms. You asked the question, I'm about to answer it.
Yeah, yeah,
The,
yeah.
Demo- the Democrats have opened a can of worms about all of these blue states suing to repeal Trump's executive order about birthright citizenship. And he did that on purpose because he knew that's what step they were going to take. So now, when that goes up to the Supreme Court, guess what? Clarence Thomas and probably Amy Coney Barrett are gonna be like, hey, when the 14th Amendment was written, it was written for, as you say, a legally specific class of people, and all of the people that came after that are not in that legal class of people. So that means a lot of these immigrants that came here with the $5 in their pocket, if they, them and their children and grandchildren, they will have to go back. And that's exactly why he did it. A lot of these blue states are go get cleared out of a lot of House seats because they go lose population after that shit goes to the Supreme Court. And you're probably going to be one of them.
So
And
look,
then
look,
maybe
we gonna close.
whole
Check it out.
reparations
Check it
for
out.
the British Crown.
Check it out. We gonna start closing this out because we got sucked into the reparation shit, and there's always an opportunity for politics as usual. 3. So Hood, I wanna say this before you go, right? Because you're gonna jump off, and then I'm gonna get everybody's closing, right? And the closing, I want to ask a question, then people can give me their closing and answer the question. Who just dropped out? Somebody just dropped out.
That was time.
So I want to say this, Hood. No, not it's not that only Black American slavery matters, right? We are not under any duty to fight for nobody else's reparations. That's what they do. So if you're from anywhere else where your family was slaves, or you came from a family that your lineage connects to some slavery or some other country, feel free to fight for reparations against that nation. Black Americans have fought the causes of damn near every other dark-skinned person on the globe. And we're kind of over it at this point, right? So, no, your slavery matters too. So go to them people that did whatever. Go to them people that held whatever from you, if you have that argument, and deal with that. But it's like if I lend you $5, I can't collect it from another nigga. The debt is yours, right? So at the end of the day, when you say, well, for some reason only Black Americans matter when it comes to slavery, well, in the context of this discussion in America, absolutely. Now, if you go to Jamaica, if motherfuckers was chopping sugar cane down there, or you go to Trinidad, whatever they export, if motherfuckers did that shit for free, challenge the government, right? But again, my issue is that there are groups of people who got reparations that probably shouldn't. The Hats should not have gotten reparations from America, and I didn't hear you say that all night. Which is why I asked, what is the distinction with black people that I never hear any pushback. I haven't heard nobody say, or you in particular, who's making the argument against reparations.
Hat, though. That's so unfair.
You said what now?
You know I'm anti-hat, bro. Like I probably
that's fine, but when we talk about the rep, okay, but you're
demonetized and kick off cash.
The native
anti-hat shit. Ain't none of you niggas lost shit behind that shit,
bro. Listen to what I'm saying. The Native Americans still benefit today from reparations now, right now, as you're talking to me about who or what. Like you don't want nobody to get free shit. Free shit is handed out every day. Every day people are getting free shit. But to be honest, this shit ain't free. You made the argument that the GI Bill wasn't free. Well, motherfuckers worked for free. And to go to Adrian's argument, right? America is America because of slavery. What was slavery? Free shit. It was free shit. Okay? So if that's the case, then it ain't free shit. I made the argument earlier that if you pay into the system, anything you take out of it is not a handout. Well, black people asking for reparations is not a handout because the free shit came already. And there's proof of it. It's documented. All those things that you're asking about. It happened. So this is what I'm going to do. I'm going to run through everybody and get your closing statements. I'm gonna start with who dropped out? Somebody's missing.
No, I was in my city. I'm underground.
Whoever. Yeah.
Oh, Todd dropped out. Damn, I can't get Todd's closing statement. Damn, we went too long with this reparation shit.
Before closing statements, I would like to. I kind of get it because when you take a look at Britain and how many Jamaicans went over there thinking they would get citizenship and they just turned into laborers to rebuild white people shit. Then they got sent back with nothing and they sat down on their backs. It makes perfect sense how you operate here, conservative. Just letting you know.
So is that your closing statement?
Nigga, it's descendants of them people, right? They didn't all get sent back. Like,
I want. You the one said it's late. Let's not draw the argument out.
You know
makes sense.
I'm good. You got it.
All I'm saying is it makes sense how you operate.
So niggas making it personal and trying to like drag up.
Fam.
I'm not making personal arguments. I'm not trying to belittle nobody's personal integrity about nothing. I'm just saying, like, listen, is this and then there's that, and everybody wants to think about that. Everybody wants to call me some kind of.
Let's move on. We gonna do this. Fuck around, do this all night. You're sleepy, got my man. So all right. So let's get Adrian. I want your closing statement. I'm trying to set the black man free here. Adrian,
I'm gonna restate some of the things I've already said.
Right.
But first, since reparations is the last thing that we spoke about, it's not a sidebar issue. In my best estimation, and I'm not alone in this, is probably the single biggest area of concern that surrounds Black life. Because we're literally talking about not even being able to afford being in America without a certain wealth position. And, when you were hobbled for, again, at least 100 years, if not a couple 100 years, by not being able to participate in the American experience, which is economics, nothing else, okay, then that puts you at a distinct disadvantage moving forward. And then that spills over into all the other things that happened as a result. Now, slavery is just one period, but then it moves on for another 100. Well, now what are we, 158 years post-slavery right now? And we're still dealing with some of the same issues: police brutality, being cut out of jobs, being cut out of home ownership, issues around insurance and things. You know, Marcus, you know from my own Facebook post where I talked about why we don't have single payer insurance in this country. It's because black people might have gotten it.
Right.
Okay, and that's just a true thing. Okay, so we have to be able to call a thing a thing. We need to be able to say the word Jew if they were the ones who did it.
Right.
Right. We need to be able to say, hey, you harmed my people for now 330 years, and I need all of these things, and I need my money just so I can be here. Because before long, I think, what is it, 2050, blacks would be worth $0 in a land where wealth is had by transfers, not because you become Elon Musk at some point in your life. I mean, he does. That's great for him. But even he got to start with somebody who had some money to be able to get him started off into life.
Right.
And the last thing that I'll say, because I feel like I'm getting long-winded right now, but the last thing that I'll say is I think that politically black people need to be rather agnostic, neither left or right, because it doesn't make any sense. I've been yelled down as viciously about reparations from somebody from the left as I ever have from anybody from the right. Because what we're really talking about in the USA is white hegemony and making sure that your black ass stays in your place. Because we actually live in a racial caste system. Forget left and right. It's racial caste and proximity to whiteness. That's why other groups like Armenians and Indians came over here and petitioned the federal government and the Supreme Court to be considered white. Now, if whiteness doesn't mean anything, then why in the hell did they come over here and do that? And the only people who can't be white is your black ass in America.
Even Northern Africans too.
I appreciate that moment of candor, and I'm going to leave
We're not
right
talking
now.
to you.
I want to say this. Thank you, Adrian, for saying that neither the left nor the right wants to give none of you niggas money, but only the left lies to you every fucking day about
But that doesn't mean that you don't fight in trouble for it.
Everybody's mad at me for representing the right, but the left is the one lying.
Nobody's mad at you, bro.
Hood, why are you trying to make everything
Listen, I fuck
about
with
you?
everybody up
Nothing is
there. Shout out
about
to
you,
Hunted,
bro.
shout out to Tito, Adrian.
Crazy.
Dude, you just came up. I don't know your name, but I appreciate everybody
I
coming up.
cooked you in a debate about upward mobility with your bricklayer friend and paternity leave.
Okay,
So you
reclaiming
told
my
me
time.
after we were done,
Start closing arguments, closing statements. We in closing statements.
Reclaiming my time here real quick.
Reclaiming your time.
But I'm out of here, bro. I gotta get out of here, man.
Hood, I appreciate you, man. We got to do it again. I'm gonna come up with it. I say in about a month. Maybe we should do this once a month. But go ahead, Hood. I appreciate you coming up as usual.
Yeah, reclaiming my time real quick. I just need to say this last piece, okay? So I've covered, being politically agnostic, which I think is the best way for black people to move forward. So that way we don't have to swallow all of the, no homo. We don't have to take all of the positions of either a left or a right-wing party that largely doesn't represent us. And now they've gotten to the point where neither one of them talk about us at all, okay? When we get to this whole idea of the current administration, we just need to hang back and move slow, right? Because at some point, the real agendas are going to come out, and it's going to get beyond, optics and Trump throwing as much stuff up against the board to try to see what sticks or not, right? And some of these arguments, some of these things that he's doing, like Tito said, I think it was you, Tito, was talking about Palestine, stuff like that, don't even concern us, really.
Right.
We've got our own genocide going on right here, and it's been going on for 330 years. We need to be self-interested. I don't want to hear nothing about nobody else being enslaved at some other point, going all the way back to Constantinople or whatever the fuck, or North Egypt or whatever the hell. I'm concerned about Negroes who got here in 1619 to current. What are we gonna do? And that's where I'm at.
Leon.
I think people need to really read on Marx and understand the idea of the Cold War and global communism before they just talk on it. I understand why white boys are so capitalistic, especially since the women usually have more boys than girls. And so it just makes sense that they had to be more capitalistic naturally. Um, with the marriage concept that you brought up, it's called what again? The when you can just get a divorce for no reason. What is the word?
What, no fault?
Okay, this is my thing about no fault divorce, guys. So if you want your woman to have relationships with guys right in front of you for you to get a divorce, pour hot grease on you, hot water, gaslight you, pull out weapons, threaten, hit you, assault you to the point that that's the reason you can get a divorce, then okay, I get it. But keep it on the books. It's not going to make a big change in marriages or divorces anyway. It's just going to have her find a way to get divorced from you by force. It's a waste of time. Stupid.
So Tito,
Okay. It's really sad that people who I started off talking about, it's a difference between somebody who arrived at being a conservative by education versus somebody who arrived at being a conservative by way of the media, or other words, conservative bots. It's really sad that a lot of people who fancy themselves as conservatives are so intellectually myopic that they cannot even see why people talk about reparations. The reason that we talk about reparations is to try to at least get us to some semblance of parity of economic development so these other countries can stop using their economic development or lack thereof as a way to try to infiltrate this country, which is, again, if you supposed to, if you America, fuck yeah, like a lot of these conservatives will try to say they are, you should be really interested in that parity of economic development, because the Russians use this as a wedge issue. The Chinese are using it as a wedge issue now. And anytime somebody want to infiltrate America, they can go right and find an aggrieved nigga and pass out literature, just like they did with Dr. King, just like they did with the Panthers, just like they did with the feminists, just like they do with these niggas now, just like they do with these leftist tellers. Always gonna be an avenue, a wide open avenue for you to infiltrate and one day arrange this country's downfall because of it. You don't want the most loyal citizens in the history of your country to come to economic parity, but you say you a conservative and you say that you believe in the Constitution. Get the fuck out of here.
He doesn't. I wish I had
so
more time to talk. That sucks.
so I'm gonna say this, right? We in this black manosphere space, we always hear dudes talk about, like they get told alpha your way through it, right? And that phrase happens in a conversation about relationships and shit like that, right? Why doesn't that apply to this? Isn't alpha your way through it the same as pull yourself up by your own bootstraps? It's the same
Yes.
shit. If you look at other groups of people, we see white people with these successful businesses, and we somehow think that they work like two jobs and with 16 hours and put together the capital for this type of shit, and they scaled it up to $1 billion business. And we know that's not true. We know that's not true. We know that they got some sort of funding from somewhere or handed some shit or whatever the case. Go ahead, Tito.
Hey, wait a minute. You know what? I'm glad you brought that up, and I'm remiss for not mentioning it while Hood Conservative was on here after you exposed them as being a tether. See, the difference between the white person that gaslights you and the tether that gaslights you is the white person know that they gaslight you. The white people are experts at gaslighting. They know that they gaslighting you. They know damn well that they Italian granddaddy ain't really come here with just $5. They know that they whole motherfucking village chipped in to send their ass here, and they granddaddy got a loan from some mobster up in San Corleone or whatever, and sent their ass here on the boat, and they came here with a few $100s, which was a lot of money back then in the early 1900s. They know this, and they know once they got here, they got more loans from mob loan sharks over here. They know this, right? They know this. It's 93 million living descendants of white people who got the Homestead Act. So they know this. They know that they in the system that favors them, but they know that this system is the only thing that undergirds them. So that's why they gaslight you to keep you out of the same system, right? But the difference between them and the tether is that the tether don't even they really believe the shit that they saying. They really believe the gaslights that they saying because they got little secret under the table layers of government like the office of refugee resettlement that establish credit for them, send them to go get a job, all of this shit. And so in they eyes, when they 7 and growing up, a fresh born tether over here, they don't know that the government gave they people all of that shit. They think that they people actually work for that shit and they didn't. That's the difference between the
1965.
tether and the white person. The white person know that they gaslight you. They know motherfucking well that is favoritism here. They know that. But the tether really believes that shit.
So check this out. Just to cover everything that we talked about, we started with Joy Reid. Joy Reid, peace out. You know, bye, bitch. Like that's how I feel about that. You know what I mean? Now I can't wait to see them drop them Fox Soul bitches, right? When that happens, right? When that happens, we gonna throw a party in this bitch, right? Shout out to Dr. Thunder. I guess he couldn't join us. But yeah, mainstream media is definitely on the way out. The mainstream news shit, you know, one by one, they're gonna start getting picked off. If whoever's still anchoring, if Rachel Maddow ain't, you know, watching her back, she's crazy, right? So that's the Joy Reid situation. The Elon and Trump situation, I'm gonna say, like I said before, I don't think that the answer is getting rid of all. Some of this stuff does need to be scaled down, and I don't care how much money it saves us, but I'm fine with it. And Maggie did make a point about, do we think that the money that they'll save will trickle down to us? No, I don't think so. Right? I don't think so. But I would, you know, I'm not mad at the reduction, you know, of unnecessary shit, right? Or the elimination of unnecessary shit. But I am concerned about the elimination of certain regulatory bodies because some shit needs regulation. Go ahead, Tito.
I would rather them use that money to buy missiles and tanks than give tranny surgeries to cut off their franks.
We ain't even get, you know, the sad
real one. Can I give a real one?
The sad thing is we didn't even get to that part because we got so stuck on reparations, man. But there was so much other shit. One. Huh?
So my mom, she does budgeting for military bases. You have contractors that work 4 days a month. They don't fix issues. They're all cousins, uncles, whatever else, working 4 days a month, making $80,000 to $250K a year. Thank God they cut those contracts. Those are real things, not like magical 1% type of things like trannies and shit and random other stuff. White guys that work 4 days a month, they don't fix shit and make 80 to 250K a year plus bonuses. It's bullshit.
So let me get to the reparations part of this, right? It's just like Adrian said, like, you know, you got a lot of people like us. Again, we helped to build this country. If we ain't just build the shit outright, and black people are not living the American experience in America. I often make the joke that the black community is the Dominican Republic to white people, right? The same way we travel down, we passport, bro. These motherfuckers could just come to the hood and fuck the baddest black bitches ever without a passport. You understand what I'm saying? Right down the street from where they ain't even gotta leave the country, right? We gotta fly out of this bitch to an impoverished nation to enjoy what they get to enjoy here. And we're citizens that pay into this system. Okay? No, we don't live the American experience. We live the American experience when we leave. Okay? the distinction made in the reparations argument, right? Which, shout out to Hood, but he did not address any of that. He said, and we don't hate you, Hood. You're our Uncle Ruckus. But I asked, what is the distinction for everyone that gives pushback against reparations or say that they're against free shit? And we've sat here and we've thought of all the free shit that different groups of people get. Still to this day, y'all pulled up an article giving of the U.S. a U.S. president giving reparations to a group of people that survived the Holocaust in another country from a war that we didn't get involved in until later.
Shit, we pay for white people to go bankrupt. Like, what are we talking about?
Right. So everybody else gets rescued. We can rescue, the banks. We can rescue the airlines. We can rescue everybody except niggas.
The big three.
Right.
Because black people are going to forever be servants. And the problem is with us is that we see ourselves as servants as well.
So this is what I'm getting to. Let me get to it. There is a slave morality involved with black people. I've been saying this since the inception of my channel on YouTube, especially with black men. Everyone tells us we don't deserve shit. The political parties tell us this, right? I think it's one of you, it might have been you, Adrian. Neither party campaigns to you. Neither party campaigns to black people directly. Kamala tried some slick shit toward the end of her campaign, which kind of is one of the nails in the coffin with that opportunity plan bullshit. Nobody campaigns to black men. You know why? Because they will offend everyone. There's not a demographic in America that would not be offended if you campaign directly to black men. And that includes black women, especially black women, white men, and especially probably niggas themselves. Black people are the only people that we see or that we think of adversely affected by aid and if you give them, whether it be money, whether it be tax exempt status. For me, I feel like black people that could trace their lineage back a certain amount of years should enjoy tax exempt shit forever. I feel like, because if you give one generation money, they're going to fuck it up for the next generation, right? So I'm with you when you say money, Tito, but I'm also with Adrian when he says and money, right? This is something that we've done for the Native American, and they don't fit conservative standards as a powerful group that took America to court and all this other from a legal standpoint. None of the stuff he's saying applies to any of these other groups that are being given reparations, right? Nobody waged a war against America for the Japanese to get their reparations. Nobody waged a war against America for them to give Holocaust survivors some money. And nobody waged a war against America for the, what did I say, the Native American? Tito, you got something on your mind, man?
Yeah, if he wouldn't have kept over talking me with that court shit, what I was trying to tell him is that none of those groups went to court either. None of those groups went to court either.
Yeah.
They actually participated in lobbying. None of them went to court.
So
I know that all your fake ass rugged individualists like Ramil thinking about power that don't seem sexy to them. But I mean, those groups didn't go to court either. They went and lobbied, and they put enough money into the lobby until they broke off a few congressmen that was willing to go in there and talk about it. And then everybody got so damn guilty and scared they said, here, give it to them. That's how that shit works. It only takes lobby, and that's what black people don't understand is that they don't even understand the process or the concept of lobbying, paying the lobbyists.
Yeah.
So
it dealt more with global trade deals to show that they were good people.
We running out of time, bros. I don't want this to go any too much longer because I aside from y'all, there's people in the comments section that got to get the fuck out of here. So I just want to I just want to say this, right? No. So all of these separate or special circumstances that we require from black people for their reparations, it ain't demanded from no other group. No other group ever in history has had to, like qualify. Then there's the motherfuckers who say, well, you ain't gonna do shit but spend it. Well, goddamn right. If a motherfucker get his reparations and he decide to fuck it up, I mean, we got Native Americans gambling and drunk as a motherfucker and all this. Like, there's also got to be this standard of conduct to qualify for reparations. Tito, go ahead, man.
How many Hellcats got bought with the GI Bill?
So, Chaos, we almost done, Chaos, man. You're going to have to come up on the panel for part 3. Right, so all this standard, right? So Carlton, he's as far as what I said, he said we live the American experience when we leave. Let me tell you, when you as a black American go to another country and you do your passport bro thing, you're not black, you're American. That's how they treat you. You're an American. They treat you as you're an American. Here we're black, and this is why I lean on we're the only black people. Because when you leave here, when you leave the U.S., you are now an American, a U.S. national. When you go into them countries with your American passport and your state driver's license, you are an American national in that country. Right? As far as real quick on the migrant issue, I've traveled. The first thing they ask you is when you're leaving. Hey, nice that you're here. When you leaving? Every time I go to Japan, they ask me, hey, welcome to Japan. When you leaving? But getting back to the whole reparations thing. Yeah, man. I ain't talking about likelihood. I ain't talking about spending all your time thinking about reparations. I'm asking why the distinctions. And I feel as though black folks, again, we make separate rules for us, and we get this shit from white supremacy. We get it from that, right? We've been told at every level, including by our black women, niggas don't deserve shit. Never. You got to participate. You got to pay into. You got to work into. You got to contribute to everybody. And this is why I always say, I've been saying from the beginning, niggas are slaves. And when Hood said, well, black people, slavery is not exclusive to chattel slavery. Chattel slavery. If someone can name me another place where they bred slaves, where they bred it, this is what I mean by chattel. That's why Jamaica. Every time.
Only 2 places, America.
Okay.
So that's it.
Right. So if Jamaica got that issue, they need to raise that issue with them people. What I'm saying
is that I declined from here forward, and I'd taken up this position a little while ago because I got sick of hearing this white supremacist talking point of the fact that there's slavery all over the earth. I don't care.
Right.
Black people in America, to your point earlier, we need to be singularly concerned about ourselves. Fuck everybody else. Fuck their causes, like you're talking about Palestine and all this other stuff. Fine. If when I get my shit together, you still going through that, then I'll come out there and help you. Okay.
Yeah, but
right
black,
now,
right? But black people in America have been tasked with this moral superiority complex where we have to take on the issues of everyone else while everyone ignores our issues. Listen. And then you got niggas in the group talking about we don't deserve shit. Whether you want to talk about reparations, whether you talk about anything, they'll tell you, yo, go get it yourself. They'll tell you to go get it while the same motherfuckers is telling you to go get it or that you don't deserve this and you don't deserve that is blocking your personal efforts. And then again, the repetition of the point that Tito was making this argument for specific people in specific cases, and this is something that's that's obviously general. It is, again, these are unique things that only exist when we talk about black people receiving anything, even with your healthcare thing. Yeah, we don't want free healthcare because a nigga might get it.
It's starting to make sense now.
Race,
Like,
go ahead.
it makes sense. It's like you can preach all the conservative stuff, and they don't have to give you shit or put you in the algo, but you keep on doing it.
So I agree with that. You know, I often shout out to Bernard Riley, right? And when he used to do his panels, and I used to
That's
debate
moderate.
I used to debate these guys, right? And I used to say, I agree that the Dems are not offering black men anything, but you got to agree that the right isn't either. And then well, why do you want something? Well, if you're going to make the argument that the reason we're walking away from the Democrats is because they're not giving niggas anything, then you can't then say, well, why do you want something from the Republicans? But let's keep it moving. My thing is, right, when it comes to that shit, yo, if you don't want to get out of motherfucker way to let them do what they're doing, right? If you're gonna block progress that you telling dudes to make because you don't feel like they're owed anything, if you're gonna tell motherfuckers get it out the mud, then you can't fuck up the mud, yo. You know what I'm saying? It just doesn't make any sense. And then it becomes a thing where it's like, okay, you won't let me get it on my own. You know, even with Hood, he brought up the situations of all the towns after slavery, and again, what happened to that? So there's been a concentrated effort, right, whether it be state or the federal level, to let's not forget J. Edgar Hoover, to stop black people from progressing. So this idea that it's only on a state level and the feds ain't got shit to do with it. I mean, the first letter in FBI is federal. So these are bad arguments. But ain't no good argument against singling out black reparations. It ain't no good argument against reparations for black people, especially when nobody gets pushed back for reparations for anybody else. I don't hear it. I don't hear it coming from nobody else. So, I'm just saying, but that's it. If I had anything else to say, I'll save it for the next stream. I appreciate y'all for jumping up here. Leon, did you want to say something before we bounce up out of here?
Man, he burnt up the spot. I'm tired and got a headache now, bro.
But we need niggas like Hood Conservative. We need them.
Okay, I'm gonna say something. This is about Marx and these concepts and you talking about stuff. I wish I would look at stuff on a global stage instead of just what America tells you what neoliberalism is, because even Europeans laugh at when Americans say that they're liberal. They're not fucking liberal. They're neoconservative. They always have been neoconservative. When you talk about communism and all this, please go to the Cold War and see what the open free market was about, and people not engaging and investing in their citizens and selling their goods for the highest fucking price. When you read Marx, I understand that white people utilize that to make a middle class and all these concepts of their Fabian socialism, and Carl Jung talks about it where white boys get socialism and all this stuff. But some reason when people say this, the rules don't apply to black people. And you have black people say this shit when the majority of the resources is extracted from your slave labor, your imprisoned labor. It's just fucking crazy. It's like,
So
look at it on the global scale. We're not neoliberals, never have been. We're neoconservatives. Okay.
So look, we out of
Fucking
here.
stupid.
Right, we out of here. Appreciate all y'all for jumping on. My nigga Tito, my man Adrian, Leon, yo, Ty City, man. I wish I would have got your closing statement. And shout out to Hood Conservative. Let me say this: Hood knows that if he comes here, is gonna be smoke for him, right? And shout out to him. And Ty City, same thing. I think that Ty, expects a bit of smoke. Like if not from the chat, from niggas on the panel, y'all was about to set it up in this motherfucker. But yeah, I appreciate y'all for being, for the most part, gentlemanly on this motherfucker for the time that we've been on here. Politics as usual too. Part 3 coming. Hopefully Rob will be able to join us. Hopefully Dr. Thunder. Peace out. Later, niggas.